Oh yeah, I unplugged it and left it unplugged because every time I plugged it in and turned it on, it was frozen on the Zoom screen.
Oh, really?
Like
Okay.
even disconnected from my computer, it was still showing the frozen Zoom, and it's still doing it.
So let's see here. Okay. Let's see. And I mentioned where it says.
Oh, this one's working now. Suddenly.
Okay. So this one might be good. This one over here. I wonder what this is connected to.
When I plugged this in last time,
Mhm.
when I was trying to troubleshoot, it was like the USB that you have plugged into is corrupted. And I was like, but I'm just the screen. So.
Oh, that's odd. It should. All right, so I just wanted to make sure that was that they proceeded. Let me take a quick look here. Let's try this. Let's see if we can have it tell us which monitor is which. Oops.
Thank you, Melanie. Have a good night.
Zoom isn't even running, so it's like this is connected to a different device altogether.
But it's not, so that's just a frozen screenshot.
Right.
It's nothing. And I'm not even, my computer's not even connected to Zoom, so.
Yeah, it's like it's connected to another device, like not even to this computer. Because this computer doesn't even, this computer doesn't see that Zoom is running. And in fact,
Zoom isn't running.
Right. But I mean, over here.
But I think maybe this is frozen too. This looks like an old screenshot to me. Can you get at that?
Yeah, and this, the laptop only sees itself, only sees its own screen. So it's like those are connected to a different device. I mean, that's what it's like.
It's like it's connected to a frozen moment in time with my laptop.
Right.
This is when it, like, this is exactly what was showing when it stopped working.
Can I restart the laptop?
Yes, I did just restart it, but
okay.
And it updated it too.
Because this screen goes black and those don't. Those are not connected to this computer.
Yeah, I mean they're showing like a frozen moment from when they were connected.
Right.
But
if they were connected to this computer, when this computer shuts off, it would cut off all the display drivers to those devices. So those are connected to something else. I just don't know what yet. But they.
Can they be like forced restarted? I mean, I unplugged that one and left it unplugged for several minutes, and when I plugged it back in, it still was showing that frozen moment.
There is a way to test that. So this one went black.
That one just went black.
So.
Somehow this is Ellis.
Yes, let's put in Elliot. Especially since he's not here.
Yeah, the one night he's not here. This has never happened before.
Do you want me to share the screen that says that we're in closed session?
If you can.
Yeah, sure.
If you have access to it, I'd send it to you, but I'm a little.
Okay. I think I do.
Okay.
I'll make something work.
Thank you, Patrick.
Yeah. So when I connect them to this dock, they're not connected to this computer.
So the dock is the problem.
Yeah, the dock is connected to something else. And there's something on here, so let me see what it says. Because I unplugged these buttons and they were connected, and now hopefully it didn't mess anything up. That.
Now that one is showing. Oh, no, this right. So this one now is mirroring,
Is now connected to this to the computer.
but
Okay.
this one is still showing the bad screen,
Oh.
the frozen screen.
And is this one back to the
Yes, back to back.
zero?
Yeah.
Okay. So these two, whatever these are connected to, the only one that's connected to the computer is the one all the way over here on the left. So what I can do is there one of these that you would like to extend, have like a second? This one?
No.
Okay. Each have those. This one. Let's see what this got here.
It must be that something went wrong with the dock. 'Cause, I mean, nothing has changed, and I've used that for years now. So
That's certainly possible. We have seen screwy things, these docks. So let me try resending the dock.
okay.
That's the one thing we haven't tried yet. And we have seen where there are better versions of these docks. My bet is it's going to come back up because I think it's connected to something else, but I just don't know what or how on earth it's connected to something else. Oh, okay, so it brought this back up. Maybe it was just the dock.
But not the other one.
Go ahead and sign in.
Okay.
It could be because once it's connected, we may be able to use all three monitors. Maybe. No promises. So I thought maybe something else was connected to the dock, which is weird. But once you sign in, we may be able to use all three monitors. Voila. So what I want to do is wondered why it wasn't happening.
Well, I usually close this and just use the two monitors. So
That's probably however you prefer to
yeah,
adjust it.
I can adjust it, and it goes. The mouse is moving across the phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, there was the dog.
Okay. Perfect. Well, thank you for solving issue number 1, but I have issue number 2 for you.
Okay, sure. What's going? What else is going on?
It's the so to do our Wordly thing, I usually go to the streaming dashboard and then I click here. It's never had an X before. And I turn it on, I hit save. And then I check to make sure and then I check on Wordly to see if it was started. I'm not gonna show anything now, but it's not. And I'm assuming it's because it doesn't X next to it.
Let's see. Outputs. Now I may be stuck on this one because this is something that Alex set
I
up.
know.
But let's take a look. Oops. you have the
URL.
that it would be streaming to? Oh, is that here?
If you scroll down, that's the attendance one.
I'll just use it.
The keyboard is down there.
Oh,
I know, I did the exact same thing.
um,
So
Mhm.
there's a computer in there in the room that is like capturing, it's connected to the audio and
Right.
capturing that, and that's where that is connected to, I guess.
okay.
So I know there's a way somehow to promote onto that computer and like turn it on.
Okay.
I don't know how to do it. He showed me how to do it, but I've been doing this and I've forgotten how.
Did Alex send you an email with any instructions? Sometimes, okay.
He
So-
showed it to me during a Teams meeting, and I see, yeah.
Okay. By any chance, did you, if you log into Teams, do you think you might have that?
I mean, we can look into my Teams, yeah.
Sure.
I can see.
Here, go. What?
I mean,
You might know where it is. I'll let you direct.
Yeah. I think. But he didn't, the Teams was just like we were meeting on Teams, and then he just, like, literally all I have is the link.
Right.
There's no instructions.
If there is a link, I may be pasting the wrong link into that.
It's the link to, it's just the link, it's this link. It's just,
Oh, the link to streaming dashboard. Okay.
so there is another link that it might have been streaming to, which is streaming to our
Oh, okay.
Oh, that, huh?
Oh, wait. This one right here, the one that says RTMPS.
This one?
Yeah, try that because that's the protocol that it's asking for in the application.
Here?
So try that. Let's see if it works. Hit save. Oh, could you do this one more time? All right. And when you try to, where was it that you saw that it wasn't working when you tried to a second ago?
So, yeah, when I originally noticed it wasn't working, I go to here, and then I just clicked on it as an attendee. And usually when I'm here,
You'll start to see it.
the
yeah.
words pop up, and it wasn't popping up, and that's why I went back here and noticed
Got it.
it was X'd out.
All right. Unfortunately, I don't know what this setup is supposed to be. If that isn't the right link, I mean, we could try one of the other ones and see if it makes any difference. Let's see. Secure connection is blocked. Try that one. Let's try that. And go back up here, and then also change this to the top one. And then paste in there again because it looks like it. And then wait, go ahead one more time. Paste. And then get everything except just leave the media world with at. It's a long shot. Try that. Hit save. And then try turning that back on.
Oh, you're right.
Hit save and see if it makes any difference. No, we're still doing the next. Okay. One more time, try the Wordly sessions. Let's see. Then we could try the page link, but it's really looking for the RTM.
It's the same as that one, actually.
Oh.
So we did try that one.
That's true. Okay. Try one more thing. Try this without the RTMPS
This
link.
one?
Yeah. go back to Heritage to the RTFS and try it again. It's still kind of a long shot because I don't know why it's giving us the ads. So it's not telling us what's wrong. It's just telling us that something is wrong.
Are we able to use like a system for connected? Like, is there any like because this one's X'd out, could we use one of the other ones?
I suppose so. Yeah, you could try RTMP2.
We'd have to add an audio source. That's the same one, I guess.
Right, because that, and then the streaming provider would have to choose. I mean, this is in case you're going to do outputs to more than one site, like YouTube and Facebook simultaneously.
You know what? We do use YouTube. We do stream to YouTube.
Oh, okay.
All right. Maybe this is doing this.
Yeah.
This isn't on. We do YouTube through Swagit. Would this be related to that?
I don't know if it would include.
More people use Swagit than use the translation. So if we're gonna pick between the two, I want to make sure the YouTube is up versus translation.
Okay. I would say so for streaming providers, go back to here and choose YouTube. And
but we're not using this because it's not logged in.
Oh, okay. So it must be another way that you're connected to YouTube then. If this isn't it, the only other thing I could think of would be Kevin worked with Alec on this, and there's a possibility he might know.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I don't know how it's set up, so I'm just been spitballing here.
No, now I can look this one.
Or it just means that it doesn't like it.
Okay.
So there's two problems. Video setting has a red X through it, and these have a red X. And I'm not sure what they're connected to, so unfortunately I'm not sure which one it's supposed to be.
Okay, well.
Try calling Kevin. He may be able to help you. And when Alec is back, which I think is tomorrow, we can get him to write it up.
Yeah.
And any of us will be able to help you.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Sure. Have a good one.
It's warmer in here.
Yeah, we've got the heat going 'cause it's so cold.
it's
No
just
one in there?
no, not yet.
PCA is supposed to be.
Brendan said he was Thank you, Alton. Yep.
I hope the PCA is going to be here shortly.
Okay.
They're supposed to be here to film. Uh-oh.
And Caitlin, you're
Sure. Do you want me to show you? So this is where I usually come. That'll give me the link. I bookmark it. I come here. I come to the RTMP1. Turn it on. Hit save. That's all I've been doing, but it's never going to do that. Obviously not. Switch off. This audio source.
and you're not finding anything in this See, that's configured before this comes back.
There's a little computer in that room that is connected. I haven't heard anything about iPads. So,
And how do you,
so the translation is through Word, it's for the counseling. So this is separate from those little iPads that we were using. That's a whole different thing. That was just Zoom. It's for the public, and it streams to this page, and it's just a transcript, basically. And so this only happens if this is getting audio, and the audio comes from here. Well, this page is. Is Brendan coming, did you say? He is, because he might know.
Hello.
Brendan, do you have Greg or somebody from PCA's phone number?
They're just not here?
They're not here, and I thought they were, but he couldn't get into the room, and that's when I realized nobody was in there. He might be coming for the 6:30, but
Real quick. So I'm assuming because the way you guys are feed everything else downstream, I'm assuming Video, which is a service for understanding audio, so that gets translated to sent working. But the problem is with here, there's an IP address associated. First and foremost, I'm not sure where video is
So you think Videon is the collector for this center for Wordly?
That's what it's used with. And that's for Shane.
Wordly machine has network?
Well, I don't know. I think there's a wordly machine which is tied on this. But this system is it's really wordly is. And then there's a way to do that. So I think it's out here. There's just
I thought this was connected to the computer.
But, yeah,
Is that
I think there is a computer, but let me.
I want to swap this back to this.
you should that's normally how it's see it.
Worried about you. I hadn't seen you in days and days. I didn't see you last
Brandon, I don't know if this is helpful information. Before I looked at this solution, and now I'm actually, this is a, now, the link to this CFG on streaming dashboard, like I just took in pictures.
Because I don't know if anybody else is coming from Middlewood. If so, we can have that happen too. So, and then on Wednesday, we have to figure out how to
This
do
streaming
because
page is
it's in your best interest to be here because we're going to be talking about bus routes on the weekend.
About this, previously, focused on information, just use their phone, that machine.
Okay.
Turn it on. He did show me how to do that one time on this.
Well, it's not really. We're winning. We're fighting back. We're good. Yeah.
They are, I think everyone managed to pay, so no one's losing their homes. That was a big concern of ours, right at first. I don't know, but they're, yeah, we're good, right now we're good. I gotta get myself a couple of.
So can you share with me again, so anybody that speaks Spanish just needs to get a specific app for this?
They should just be able to scan the QR code, and it will take them to a page that will show a transcript, which is basically auto transcript.
It reads it out in
And then they
Spanish.
can put headphones in and listen to it, or they can just read along in Spanish. However,
Do I need it? I brushed
I
my
have IT
teeth.
working on
This is
right now.
important to say, you need it.
I don't know if we're
I
gonna
had
have
to brush
many
my teeth and change
non-English
my
speakers
shirts.
here tonight, but just in case,
Okay.
because some of them didn't
Like I
know
did
because they
say-
weren't in that one meeting where it was introduced.
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds good.
So hopefully this won't be an issue in the future, but tonight we might not have Spanish translation, unfortunately.
Okay, okay. And so we need one more speaker.
Is Hannah
Lorraine said
coming?
she's coming, huh?
Hannah?
I don't know if Hannah's coming, I don't think so. So we got Janice and Jennifer. Tim and Lorraine said she's coming, but she made me send it in advance because she says that she fumbles. She didn't do it.
Okay.
But I do need a 6 just in case. I already have your.
That was a live then, so why
Oh,
should
okay.
she?
I did not get anything from you. I did get other emails, but not from you.
I had it, already
No,
had
the
to
monitor's been there. It's just usually
Very good.
I would say off the internet. Is that
I love that story.
I was then.
My first real estate. It's nice, cozy in here. No, perfect. You need this. Are we getting responses?
I don't know how it's related, but I haven't. It's just like
So
you're
let's
online.
see. I think I did have 6 people. I had mashed potatoes, I can bring meatballs. Alright, let me put this in.
Crock pot back?
I might. Yeah? Okay, so what, I'm gonna write that, hold on.
Used to show nothing.
So I guess
I think
define
when
is
it's
ill, I
working
was
right,
right,
it's
he hasn't been.
So I don't think,
That's it. Like this? Huh. Am I supposed to be excited?
Yeah, kind of. Actually, no, you're supposed to say.
Recording in progress.
Those are the blankets you make. Those are nice. You make. Do you want to go to Old Lady Nick at the senior center on Thursday mornings, 9 o'clock?
Not just yet.
You're not that old yet.
Wi-Fi is slow and ready in here.
Yeah, they're having a problem.
Yeah, we had a problem, I had a problem.
California, Sonoma County, Champaign. Let's go to Trader Joe's and just look. We can buy nuts and cheese.
All right, so let me go to my list here. So, tortellini, soup, stuffing, pizza from Lupe, and Jorge is bringing pies. So Janice, you said what?
Dessert.
Dessert.
Believe it or not, I'm gonna bring flan.
And you said meatballs?
Sure. Because
And you guys said a ham?
That's when you change things.
I mean, so I can turn video off. But when I turn video on, it says Ashley show your favorites.
do you remember one that you wrote? I don't know if I should have you sign that, but I'm putting in a new thing. Rains.
I have your, no, I have your
What would you like me to
sign
do?
in thing.
Oh, I meant to ask you. I'm putting in a new one. How do we know that there?
Actually, you really should not do it.
Okay.
You shouldn't at this
Well,
particular
that, I
point.
was to the, who should I?
At this particular point, it's an MRPPL complaint form, just like we're gonna do.
So I think the equipment was just
Raising-
booty.
just like we're before.
We'll send you a picture.
Well, you don't have to send me, it's my.
You said this is
Yeah.
yours. I already did.
Is that what it is?
I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, well done. I'm saying,
Yeah.
you said that
Yeah,
was
we-
management now it has to go to people who sign on them, and it supports all of the fact that no
That's
response
almost like I said.
to this,
Way too
here.
long.
And so that
She
all
wins
can
no
be
contest.
done.
But she likes the
And
fish
so,
also.
what we need to do is just like you guys, we discussed the other night, is to do it online, but we set it already up before you go online, so that you just copy and paste it.
Yeah.
And then put it in there, so you can actually do it in different sequences and make the complaint like where they have to come out and investigate and violate that.
Yeah, they
Rain was with her during that event because when the tree fell and missed out.
Sometimes, you know,
This is Janice's letter. It could take, she was with her.
Well, you can do a second
Yes,
letter,
I've had quite
but
a
the
few.
letters now at this particular point are going to be attached to the complaint form to agencies, because it's no longer them, because they ignored all of it. So now you have them in paper trail, instead of the paper trail. Now, we go to the next level, and you produce it, so you can have say one, but it will just be an attachment. Nobody should be in a.
But I'm glad it went a little well.
It sure did.
So, how is this?
With management.
That was the whole big deal.
Same thing with yesterday, is how many
She's
people
3 years
contacted
old.
her about where their, in the last 2 days, about where their statement is. And the only person who answered.
She'll be 8 soon, my God.
She answered yesterday. Yesterday,
I just answered, I'm 72.
today, but she didn't answer anybody until
What
today.
email did you use?
Keep moving.
Well, Chris, when I asked him to send that out, he forgot
He
the
left
M on
one
the
letter
end.
out.
No, no, I know,
Weekend,
but
this
we're
whole
emailing
week
to
is
you.
just so slammed.
No.
We
The one
Oh, the other people got emails, but like Rudy never got an email. And so he's all up in arms. He just kind of.
You have to carry it out.
And so if you have to turn his email. So they got some sort of major issue.
and then it says that you want a statement.
Exactly.
It all changed.
Oh, see, so Rudy never even got that answer. He sent her 4 emails about this. So.
Well, how come it's not there?
The pressure on it is no, it's because something has happened that they don't want you to know. So that's what I think.
One's going to snow.
I also think it probably had all kinds of mistakes on it. So they had to try to
Get it on the first chance. You don't have time to validate it or even.
So that's, again, that's not something, I already told you guys to do individually, which was sent to me. Now we take up the higher up. So there's no more going around this
Did you have anyone else?
Because Debbie always said this.
So it's all this trying to get some yeah, it's really good. That's good news.
So one of us is
Are we going to?
No, they
and then we'll go to I need to get her
going downtown.
It's got to write out yes, and they're going to yes.
I do know that.
So I'm going to give her the rest of it.
Yeah, you're like, ooh.
Jokes and goats.
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's good.
Goats are funny. Jokes.
I got 2 goats.
You drive.
And it
I
worked
was
always
dog
works.
house sitting for an almost 19-year-old dog. In my in any event, so I have to try to hold him to take him out. He's blind and deaf and whatever. But I did take 2 hours and went down to the arcade at her daughter's, ate dinner, and then came back. So I had a little break, so it was not really a holiday.
Exactly.
Every once in a while, you know, after my Starbucks, sat down.
Right. Why don't you join us?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I mean,
Well, all we need to do is send you a link and you can just buy it. If you can't, that's fine. If that doesn't work on your everybody's got an agenda first.
no, I'm all good. Yeah.
Family night, and I track it. My quantity limit has been met, so I can't buy another insurance company.
Oh my God, it's really
I guess the guy seems to be. doing
No, after us,
Oh,
going
no,
out to
no,
my son, and just got his first thing, so sick. And he's, I mean, both my grandsons are part of that group. And they have, yes, I can't even tell you. So,
So now I'm learning how to milk them, and my grandsons are 7 and 8.
This part of his finger, it's a ligament or something, so now it's down. So
scars everywhere.
That's what both my son and him do. So I look at my son, I go, I have to do something. You start with brace on.
somebody else's food gives them
In the beginning,
It's gonna be amazing.
Not really. Not really. I've actually done it. No.
it's tough. A lot of baseball players
I just don't get far. Well, I have to look at it every day. I'm like, oh, just yes. Push that down. What I want to do is I want to bring them a gift. That's my thought. And that's what they've already done. This is what we've all done that.
Oh, yeah.
I went to Angie yesterday, and I can get by with Jody to take a shower. But his face, and I want to see what I know it's going to go. And I just want to see this. What's your comment? Nothing. Because I got back on
Or they don't, excuse me, have somebody
I think it's $35. Well, not his best friend was right there. They live in a house. Rented. That's in your mouth. Real nice kids.
Excuse me, everybody. We're having some technical difficulties with the camera system and whatnot, so we're hoping to resolve that shortly and commence the meeting as soon as we have video rolling. So it might be a minute. Thank you.
I'm sending like what thread am I in?
Just like scans over the whole time. If anybody wants the last side of the tones, like there were several people there. The only person that did and you met her as well. And they're not married, but she's wonderful. Nicole Freeman. You know what I hear? Yes. I'm very happy because I don't know that I got enough here. You can leave some of your way out. I know sort of like I like one when you what that be like. I've already seen it. I'll turn it out there. All right. It's and they were with Esther Fiat. And he's made many roles, but it was the top. So, whenever he did a frying pan out there tomorrow, broke down exactly how wood was seasoned, how it was it was so good. Like, the perfection in my I didn't drink I had a glass of wine, very different from my dad. I had a glass of wine and a house, and I left the house. Jen and Maya and Phil and they went and had events with my dad.
Mr. Mayor, are we ready to begin?
We are ready to begin. I mean, perhaps not with all our technical capacity, but the meeting will begin. And so I do want to welcome everyone to the meeting, the regularly scheduled meeting of the City of Petaluma, the City Council and Petaluma Community Development Successor Agency for Monday, December 1st, 2025. If you wish to provide a public comment on tonight's agenda, please fill out a speaker card. They're in the back of the room. Bring them to the front. And with that, I think we'll move to roll call.
We are streaming our audio online, which is good news. Barnacle?
Present.
Cater Thompson? Here. DeCarly?
Here.
Now?
Here.
Quint?
Here.
Shribs?
Here.
McDonald?
Here.
And we do have a quorum.
Thank you. Let's stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And a moment of silence. Thank you. And that brings us to our agenda for the evening. And I generally look up and down the dais and see whether anyone in council has a need to modify the agenda from the way it has been written and presented to the public. And not seeing any, the agenda is adopted as written. And that brings us to our first item, which is our report out of closed session. And we had closed session starting at 5 o'clock tonight, and there are no reportable actions from that closed session. Thank you. And that moves us to our presentation, which is a floating solar, our floating solar project, the construction completion, which I'm very excited about. And we have here with us Diane Ramirez, our Senior Project Manager, and Patrick Carter, Assistant to the City Manager, to help us with the good news on this project. So welcome.
All right.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Tonight we are here to celebrate the commercial operation of the floating solar array at Ellis Creek Water Recycling Facility and share some project details and photos of the construction. Next slide. Ellis Creek Water Recycling Facility is located in southeast Petaluma. There are 10 oxidation ponds at the facility on the south side of the treatment plant, and the floating solar array is constructed on pond number 3. Next slide. This is an aerial photo of the completely constructed array. This gives an idea of the coverage of pond 3. The array size is around 10 acres, and the pond surface area is about 15 acres. Next slide. Tonight we want to go through some goals that we had for the project, as well as the overall time frame and other contract specifics. Next slide. The Ellis Creek Water Recycling Facility is the city's largest energy user at about 9,374,000 kilowatt hours per year, which costs Ellis Creek around $2.4 million for their utility bills. The floating solar array annually should produce about 9,078,000 kilowatt hours in the first year. And then also interesting, it's a 6 megawatt DC system, which is installed behind the meter and is sized specifically for the current load of Ellis Creek. Since the solar system became operational in the second quarter of this fiscal year, we expect to save around $300,000 from our utility bills this year. The City of Petaluma did not incur costs to design, permit, construct, or maintain this project. We were successful to deliver the system by NEM 2, which ends in April of 2026. Had we been delayed to the NEM 3 program, we might have lost about 50% of the value of the kilowatts produced. The secondary effects of floating solar are reported to be a reduction of water evaporation, reduced algae growth, and no land was permanently impacted by this project. Next slide. This project has been underway for about 4 years now. City staff started the process by writing and advertising a request for proposal and a request for qualifications. In January of 2022, the city engaged NV5 to assist staff with proposal scoring and interviews, and throughout the project, NV5 has assisted staff with running independent calculations, reviewing project designs, and performing technical construction inspections. It took about 10 months for staff and the developer to negotiate and document the full requirements of the Energy Services Agreement, which included system design requirements, construction expectations, final system testing requirements, and ongoing operations and maintenance. Then construction took 1 full year. Staff has also worked closely with Marin Sonoma Mosquito Vector Control to ensure that their technicians could continue to access the array to continue their site testing and treatment as needed. Next slide. Our Energy Services Agreement, which is also commonly referred to as a Power Purchase Agreement or PPA, has an initial term of 20 years and includes provisions for the city to purchase the system. Over the 20-year contract, the city could save as much as $11 million on electricity bills. To maximize first-year savings, the city opted to contract for a 2% annual increase of the Power Purchase Agreement rate, kilowatt-hour rate. Other than the monthly solar power payments, the city will not make any other payments to the solar developer. Next slide. Since the beginning of this project, there's been encouraging press about the upcoming project. Petaluma's floating array is the 3rd in Sonoma County for a municipality after the town of Windsor and the city of Healdsburg. This is just an example of media I found online for the project. Next slide. There's some interesting details in putting together this 10-acre project. The array is constructed of 26,000 floats of 4 different sizes to keep everything on the surface of the pond. There are 11,000 solar panels that are mounted to a specifically shaped float, which you can kind of see there on the right-hand side, and the tilt angle is 12 degrees. Next slide. This layout shows kind of it's a plan view, and it shows where the solar panel, the light blue color, is centered over that specifically shaped float. It actually has a hole in the center of it. Also shown is some of the intervening pathways that are the narrowest pathways, and that is the depiction of a person from a bird's eye view walking along that path. Next slide, please. This is more of what we call a boat's eye view, if you will. And it shows how the floats and the panels are on top of the surface of the water. That's that same person walking along one of the smaller pathways in between the solar panels. Next slide, please. We have 7 docks going around mainly one side of the floating array, and that's so that the array can be easily accessed. Overall, the array is broken out into 6 different parts. Just helps divide up those 11,000 panels so that it's not such an overwhelming space to try to get into whenever maintenance needs to be performed, and also importantly for mosquito vector control. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of that widest pathway, shows a person walking there as well. This is also the area where the combiner boxes are located that help make the electrical connections from the solar panels and all the way back to the inverters onto the main electrical building here at the plant. And then next one is a fun little video. So this video shows how a completed section of the array was pushed up the length of the pond to be able to attach it to the array that was already in place. On either side, everything is tiny, so you can't see it, but there's 2 pieces of equipment, and they have guiding lines that will pull and keep the array aligned. And those 2 little tabs at the bottom are 2 boats that are actually pushing that section of the array. If it's not working as planned. It's something that we can easily put up on the city's website too, to be able to show. And this is time-lapsed, it is sped up, so it did not actually happen this quickly. They moved very slowly and deliberately during construction. In the next shot, you're gonna see that there's these tabs that stick out, so that was the place from the in-place array can now attach to the new piece of the array, and then you'll see people that are out there on the array, and they went along and basically zippered and fastened that next section together so that it became one cohesive unit. So the whole thing is attached from end to end, from side to side. So there's the workers out there. And then next slide, please. On the left is a picture of the 3 wide floats, again, that main walkway that we were looking at previously, and in the center of that picture is one of the combiner boxes. There are 32 combiner boxes mounted on the floating array that receive wiring from 25 rows of solar panels. Each combiner box connects to an inverter mounted on the bank of the pond, which is what you see in the next 2 pictures. The inverter changes the direct current power created by the solar panels into the alternating current that matches the utility power. From the inverters, the wiring crosses the road to transformers. Next slide. There are 2 platformers with transformers, weather stations, and electrical meters. This is the point where the 32 cables from the inverters are combined into a few cables that make the nearly 1-mile underground route to the main electrical building and main utility meter at Ellis Creek. Next slide. There are 206 steel cables that anchor the array to prevent its movement. Each anchor was driven into the bank of the pond and has a shovel-shaped end to resist pulling out of the soil. Next slide. Prior to operating the solar array, every connection was checked, whether on water or on land. The contractor performed IV curve testing to confirm the intended energy would be produced by the solar panels. Over the time frame of the energy services agreement, the developer is committed to cleaning the solar panels 2 times a year or more is needed to meet their contracted minimum energy delivery. The developer is also responsible for replacing any solar array components as needed over the 20-year time frame. Next slide, please. Over the course of the year-long project, 48 individuals were hired and 20,532 hours were spent assembling and connecting the array to the inverters and ultimately to the main interconnection point. 78,000 of those hours were for qualified apprentices, which provided on-the-job training for those just starting their electrical career. Construction took place in the sun, the rain, the wind, and the cold. Next slide, please. A little more social media from IBEW, which was the local chapter that provided the apprentice labor. Next slide. And these are photos of our project partners. We did have a site walk recently. We had great weather for it, which was wonderful. On the upper left-hand side, those are our project partners from NV5 with our city manager. The next slide on the upper right-hand side, those are the project partners from Collins Electric and White Pine. And then just a couple of shots of folks enjoying being out there to look at the array in person. Next slide, please. And we find that we can't take more photos. Every time we're out there, we're taking more photos of the array. I think a lot of us are still enamored with this impressive project. Next slide, and then one more next slide. So questions, and did you want to just read what we have?
I think I could just, the folks from White Pine wanted to be here tonight. Unfortunately, all of them seem to be traveling today. Their comments were included as in the record for this item. I think I just, rather than read it verbatim, it's part of it, and I just wanted to express that they were very grateful to work on this project with us. We worked with them for 4 years, and it was a lot of work that was very rewarding for all of us, and we're just happy to be at this point. And they say very similar things and are very much looking forward to working with us for the next 20 years on this. So I encourage you to look at their comments in the packet as well. It's a very nice sentiment.
Thank you very much. Big milestone day. I think we're all enamored with it, and I think we're enamored with the savings as well as the climate benefit. And I hope you'll hold for a minute. You know, when we move to general public comment, a question may arise or comment may arise that we'd like to have you stay for. And with that, I'd like to ask the council if they have any questions. And Councilmember Shribs?
First, thank you for getting this all done. I've got solar panels on my roof. It really helped me out. Nice to see that the quantity out there. It's a little bit, looks a little different from prior ones that I've seen. The panels that we have out there, the floating devices are much larger, both under and sideways on these things. So one of the things we've done, I've actually listened to the bird researcher who's going to be out there actually studying the birds. He actually came to us because I'm also part of Petaluma Wetlands Alliance. And then we just supported his grant. We just donated $1,000 to him to buy the equipment. He's going to be having cameras out there documenting bird life out there with and without the panels, and doing that. So just another little add-on that we're going to have a lot of bird research that goes along with the impact, because hopefully there'll still be birds underneath. It's a little less space than I was thinking for that, but we'll see what birds use the water underneath. But apparently at other places, birds use the underneath the panels quite a bit to hide and cover, and just to float and hang out. But the other area that I'm worried about is the cleaning part. So just so the public knows, because I go up there once a year, and I also help maintain the panels at our church, 92 panels. I have to clean them. It takes me 2 to 3 hours to clean them, and I'm allowed to use soap on my panels, which was required because of the grime. I couldn't get it off without using, so not just plain water. So just for my own identification, for my cleaning when I do my panels, how do you clean these?
If you want to.
I can start, and Diane can correct me where I get it wrong. White Pine is responsible for the cleaning of those panels, so that's included in the services they provide, and it's in their best interest to keep them clean to a certain extent because we're buying electricity from them, and the more soiled those panels are, the less electricity they sell to us. So they are on board to do periodic cleaning throughout the year. They actually have a monitor on there that's the same orientation as those panels, a light sensor on away from the array, and they're seeing what the output should be compared to what it actually is, and they can pinpoint exactly where on there they're not producing so they can send people out if it's not producing enough. So I thought that was pretty interesting. They have a soiling monitor on there. And even just from when the array got put in and then to this day where we were out there, the rains that happened actually made a significant difference. I remember looking at there before, like a couple weeks before this, before it had rained, and noticing a bit of soiling on there. But just that rain that we got a couple weeks ago was enough to make a significant difference. But really, ultimately, it's on White Pine to make sure those panels are clean. Okay, good, because normally just using I've tried plain water, doesn't work so well. So they must have special techniques because we have water underneath that's actually used for recycling, so not contaminating. So trying to do something to clean without hurting the water underneath it is like just something that how that's being done, just for curiosity on that. But one of the issues that we will be facing is the quantity of birds. I mean, by PWA does bird counts, and when they go out there, they can easily spot 1,000 birds floating around the ponds, which generates lots of excrement. And we know from other studies that bird excrement actually covers the entire earth over a short period of time. Just a few years, you actually get a complete 100% coverage of the entire earth of the land with bird excrement. So how to keep that off and clean is going to be pretty critical out there. So I thought I'd just bring that up and make sure that we do a good job on that. But that's going to be the hardest part from that point. Anyway, that's all I had for the moment.
It's probably a visual I'm going to have trouble with for a while. Councilmember Barnacle?
I just hope Dave King's got a chance to see this. I think this was his long-term dream, so hopefully he's got a chance to see it, and if not, let's send him the PowerPoint. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd just like to have you reconfirm, that's $500,000 net per year? I mean, that's like actual cash going back into, that's not being paid out, that's being saved by the wastewater operation, or is that?
Yeah, this year, because we started in October, so we don't actually realize all 12 months for our fiscal year is how I'm looking at it. I just did a percentage of what we thought we were going to save, so about $300,000 this year, and then should go up a little bit because the differential of the kilowatt hour rate versus what we're paying might get further and further apart.
So that's good. So
that's good.
And then I guess my follow-up question is, does that stay in the enterprise fund, or can we have it in the general fund?
That I don't know how to speak to.
Okay, well, I'll call that rhetoric.
I mean, the net effect is we're saving money. It's not like somebody's cutting us a check. There's not a check that comes back to us. It just means that we're spending less. And that
it'll help keep the water and sewer rates down. Okay,
correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. Great presentation. The kind of projects we do love seeing get done. And that moves us to our general public comment for the night. And during general public comment, the public's invited to make comment on items of public interest that are within the City Council's subject matter jurisdiction and that are not listed on the current agenda. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes per person, and depending on the number of persons wishing to address council, time will be allocated equal shares totaling no more than 20 minutes. If we have more than 20 people wishing to speak, the additional comments will be heard after the last business item on the agenda. And I'd like to ask our city clerk if we've received any online, and we posted those, and then commence with our message.
Yes, we received 6 general public comments, and those are posted online. And at this time, I will start a 30-second clock. And 30 seconds. Please bring your card. I think I'm back. Sorry. I don't know, something in the air tonight. Please bring your speaker card to my desk within these 30 seconds. Well, how many is this? This is 9.
Okay. So tonight we have 9 public speakers, and so with 9 we have 2 minutes each person. And so our first speaker will be John Hanania, to be followed by Chantel Rogers.
Good evening. I want to let the city of Petaluma that I plan to withdraw my petition for Janice recall. I was overwhelmed by the support I got from the people who think that Janice's behavior is unethical. Hopefully that this is a loud message to Janice that she cannot act this way. As long as that recognized, I don't think we need a special election. My hope is that everybody up there take note that the people will stand up. The community is paying attention more than you give them credit for. And it shouldn't get to the point that you should have to push a recall. You guys should be doing a job that people trust. In a time where there is a lot of turmoil in politics, we should be trying to set an example at the local level in how to communicate and have a good relationship in a local politics. I needed to do this so that you guys would recognize that the people don't think that you representing them well. I think I made my point. I have a lot of people behind me that are ready to push this, but hopefully this process has opened your eyes to things that needed to be cleaned up and resolved. This is a behavior issue, an unethical issue that hopefully you can resolve internally. As the public, we do reserve our right to use a recall effort in the future if we need to. And now we know that we would have plenty of support for it. Thank you.
Thank you. Chantel Rogers, to be followed by Catherine Babowski.
Good evening. I imagine that you guys have seen a lot of the recent media about what's going on in Marin County concerning e-bikes and their adoption of some restrictions in order to try to make them safer. As a recap, Class 1 e-bikes are pedal assist, no age limit, still fast. They can travel twice the speed of a typical 14-year-old on a regular bike. So an 8-year-old going twice as fast as a 14-year-old on a regular bike is legal. But the change that they made had to do with Class 2. Class 2 bikes are supposed to go up to 20 miles an hour, but there are ways to jerry-rig those bikes so that they can go a lot faster. Let me just read from this here. e-bikes sold by certain manufacturers, the rider may use the handlebar display or an app paired with a bicycle to shift into unlimited mode and exceed 20 miles an hour without pedaling. Students can use their own iPhone or a friend's iPhone to download the app. Using the fastest mode for one of the most popular brands in Marin, riders can go from 0 to over 30 miles an hour in 11 seconds. Also of note, data as of October 2024 on Marin's Health and Human Service Bicycle Safety Dashboard reveals that 85% of all 911 bicycle crashes for ages 10 to 15 were e-bike related. The e-bike crash rate for 10 to 15-year-olds is 5 times higher than any other age group. These severe injuries are similar to those involving motorcycle crashes, such as concussions, even when wearing a helmet, and broken pelvic bones with long-term. Oh, that was fast. Sorry. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Babowski to be followed by Jody Johnson.
Yes, my name's Kent Borowski. I live at the Little Woodsfield Mobile Park at 1821 Lakeville Highway. Harmony is breaking laws there. They still have that fence in the back parking lot up, and it prevents residents to be parking their vehicles. That's illegal. And also, too, the Little Harmony is having their on-site manager, having their friends, her family, be blocking the fire lanes, parking on the fire lanes, which is a fire and safety code violation on Pear Lane also. And also, too, Harmony Community says they're going bankruptcy. That is a lie. If they're going bankruptcy, how can they be affording to be buying all these mobile parks statewide? Harmony Community is terrorizing, harassing residents, and breaking all the laws. And they need to be stopped now. Enough is enough. They've been doing this for 20 years, and they need to be stopped now. They should not be allowed to go away with this another 20, 30, 40 years from now. Do something about this. And also, Harmony Community they're liars, they're crooks, and they're dishonest.
Thank you. Jody Johnson to be followed by Janice Barker.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, and City staff. In our mobile home, residents' continued pursuit of enforcement against egregious violations of ordinances, laws, zoning, and privacy by bad actor park owners and bad actor park managers. We bring the following additional issues from just the last 2 weeks forward. Youngstown residents have had the following occur. Private information of Youngstown residents, which is only in the hands of park management at time of approval, being given to disgruntled non-mobile park residents in Petaluma and elsewhere. In this case, as stated on the public Facebook page of Petaluma Argus Courier from a community member, they state per the Youngstown park owner, and then proceed to give status information of a resident who lives in Youngstown Mobile Park. Under Fair Housing and CCPA, California Consumer Privacy Act of 2018, no management or park owner is allowed to give out private information about any resident living within their park. In fact, said information should be in a locked area, accessible to only the person given permission by resident to have. We are aware that this has been done in many ways to retaliate and seek harm on advocates of Youngstown. Besides this being unlawful, the intent of these park owners and managers continues to matter. In addition, residents of Youngstown, now dealing with the new management that previously tried to extort residents out of their rights, is charging Tier 2 water for residents' meter reading, which is in the Tier 1 water status. When demands sent to address those overpayments, no answers and then corrections of these mistaken statements are revised upward and then demanded to be adjusted again. Mismanagement at the least and pure retaliation against senior citizens. Now comes December 1st statements for residents and no statements in advance to clarify correct charging, or only as we had to demand a statement they sent out December 1st.
Thank you. Janice Barker to be followed by Tim Porteous.
Now comes December 1st statements for residents and no statements produced in advance to clarify correct charging, and only as we had to demand a statement they sent out December 1st after automatic payments already processed for some. Fair housing, privacy acts, and mistakes upon mistakes not being addressed by park owners, or park owners' vice presidents, or even park owners' attorneys. Unchecked continued violations of business law, MRL law, and state law. In addition, many Youngstown residents who fall into a Tier 1 water consumption had park management just arbitrarily in October set their water at a Tier 2 rate, almost double the price of the Tier 1 consumption rate. No billing supplied as per MRL law demands monthly. When demands went unanswered to park management and the park owners, residents again bear the burden to hold their unfair business practices to a court of law. Littlewoods residents receiving 7-day notices, including parking violations on a space that is without any parking after Harmony removed parking in effect for residents for years. This to a family with a mother and a daughter who aren't safe walking a far distance at night and to and from their cars. Upon moving into Littlewoods, leases and rules show parking given and the retaliation of parking removed, and then 7-day notices to evict a resident for parking owner reductions of services is beyond egregious. Parking is the resident's right. It is that simple, although complex with residents 1 year now without parking.
Thank you. Tim Fortius should be followed by Lorraine Grunberger.
Capri is now facing an appeal on their latest arbitration. Frivolous, pleading again as it relates to meet and confer, even though the park attorney stated they did not have a base year for an MNOI arbitration. Capri residents continue to rack over charges that would have been denied as unlawful business practices as well. Buying a mobile park and then changing the ground rent to include past utilities, water and sewer, and then that ground rent going forward, but then adding utilities, sewer, and water a second time is clearly double dipping. When demands made to correct this were over a year and a half now, park owners make no attempt to stop these egregious overcharges. Residents are made to engage their own forensic accountants, although these unlawful business practices should be on the burden of the park owner and not off the back of the residents. Mobile park residents in Petaluma agree entirely with a statement in the current article on the front page of the Sunday Press Democrat from Eric Dannelly. No one gets to defeat a local enactment by virtue of them violating it. Intent matters, as we have been saying for years now. Paul Beard, quoted in this same article, states that what they are doing is a last resort after seeing their concerns over unworkable laws ignored and their attempts at compromise rebuffed. In fact, these ordinances and laws have been in effect since 1994. What park owners do not like is that they cannot dissolve settled rent stabilization, cannot dissolve senior park zoning, cannot change fair annual increases to gouged annual increases.
Thank you. Lorraine Grunberger to be followed by Jennifer Boyle.
What park owners do not like is that they cannot dissolve settled rent stabilization, cannot dissolve senior park zoning, cannot change fair annual increases to extort annual increases, and notably push out seniors and vulnerable families to make room for the types of businesses seeking $2,000 more in ground rents. Unfettered increases, vacancy decontrol, and barbaric prison-like living for any of the residents, we're willing to stand up for their rights. The only difference here is that they package it to the city and advocate that the residents are the bullies, and that the park owners of these large investment groups are unable to maximize their profit the same time to, okay. It was and continues to be the time to stop the unchecked, ruthless business practices that these bad actors and large investment park owners engage in every day. Notably, the time to stop harassment of seniors that continues daily in the pursuit of greed. These bad actors are clear that they will bury us all in legal debt and prevail. Let's not kid ourselves.
False narratives about park owners being any kind of victim are just that, false. Thank you to the city for merely taking in the facts, verifying the facts, and providing oversight for your very own intent. We are weary and financially strapped, but we are immensely grateful. Petaluma Mobile Homes United. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelly Walker. Okay. And I have no further cards, and so that closes public comment for the evening. And I'll bring it on up to the dais for our council members. I'd like to start off to my left with Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, the first item, I participated in the Turkey Trot last Thursday, and very successful. In the past, it's like 400 or 500 people showed up, but this time, 1,200 people registered, and at least 1,200 showed up and did the Turkey Trot. And I went out with them, did that. I also tabled with PWA presenting what we do there to the group. And they brought in a large van, and we completely filled up with food, and also money was donated. So a very successful event. I look forward to it next year too. Next thing, I did complete my, there's a civil police academy for residents. I was able to get in on, there was 20 of us that participated in the police academy. It's 10 sessions during the week and a full day on a Saturday to go up to the police academy and actually see what they do there. Very intense program. We were able to get talked to by 28 different policemen who tell us what they do, how they do it, why they do it, and all the rules and regulations involved. And one thing I was really impressed, even the detective that ran Poly Class program for us there years ago, that was over 20 years ago, came back and gave us a 3-hour presentation on the internal workings of how that happened, how we were able to solve the case. So that was a pretty tremendous event to go through, lots of learning, and what's most impressive is our police department, the folks that came in from a couple places that some of the policemen that we'd have on staff came in from other places, and extremely powerful compliments of how wonderful, not only in general California is better than a lot of the other states in the world, but us, particularly Petaluma, has a really good reputation, and it's one of the best run police departments around. So that's, and I just wanted to just support that. That's also what I observed. Then at the, nothing came out in the news, our San Francisco North Petaluma KOA Resort Campgrounds was picked as the best campground of KOA for 2025, which is very impressive that our campground is the #1 list out there. So I have a little article on that came out, if anyone wants to see that later. Then another thing invented internationally that's affecting us since we are a climate-ready city. I was watching the COP30, what was happening in Brazil, which just closed down. Folks came back. We even had folks, I think one of our locals went down, and they'll give us a report back at our Climate Commission. If you probably hear about that this next week from Tuesday, I think, or Thursday, sorry. Anyway, so that happened, and one of the things that came out of that was the major oil producers are preventing climate actions from all over the world. and that the real action happens to be at the city level. Cities need to step up and do the work because the major countries just can't get it done. And just as a reminder of that, I went to a webinar where we had someone from the Mekong Delta, from the Khmer Krom area, and explaining that his community, his whole population, which is a minority in the country of Vietnam, is under stress already from salt water intrusion, from sea level rise, from the land subsidence, and also that the government's not being taking care of the situation very well down there. So it's happening now, and another report said that 30% of the cities around the world on the coast are already economically impacted by climate change. So we need to keep working on that. It's got to be a top priority for us. Another activity, I participated in a survey called Civics Plus. They came out with a report after doing a survey of many civil government folks like ourselves, cities and counties. And the bottom line from the report that I just got back was that the contentions at the national level are not the same as what's happening at the city level. But the cities do still have continuous discussions, and we just need to have more engagement with our communities to solve issues here, and that is much better here because we can solve them locally. We can solve things locally. So there are recommendations from surveying many cities and counties was that youth civics programming and volunteer activities are some of the key things to create civic partners for life. And we're working on those two things could improve any situation in any city. But that was the final results of that report. So that's my report for this week.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Quint.
Thank you. So on the 20th, I was able, with several members, several folks that are here, was able to attend the floating solar presentation at the water treatment plant. It was very impressive. I just want to take a moment and commend the city staff for getting that done. Projects on that scale are, when you think of all of the regulatory stuff and the financial implications and such, it's really hard to get projects like that done. And so it was impressive. And so I just want to thank whoever came up with that idea in 2020. And they said, hey, you know what would be a good idea? We should buy them lunch. So thank you for that. On the 18th, I was with the mayor and vice mayor at a government class panel discussion at Petaluma High School. So that was a great time. And then at the last Transit Advisory Committee meeting, I just want to share that the Transit Advisory Committee received a follow-up budget presentation. The transit budget for the forthcoming fiscal year is projecting a shortfall. That's not a surprise to most people. And it's likely going to require some difficult decisions. TAC has requested a workshop, has requested that staff come back with a workshop with some options so that TAC can really provide input and make recommendations to council. And so I'm bringing it up now because I want the public to just be aware of that. And if that's something that is important to you, show up and hear what is presented and make your voice, make your voice heard. And that's all I have. Thank you.
And you'll also be having a joint meeting this week on the Lakeville corridor. That's sort of a big deal with Caltrans, right?
That's right. That's right. A joint transit and PBAC.
Yeah. Hoping people attend and contribute to that dialogue, right?
Absolutely.
Councilmember DeCarli.
Good evening, everybody. First off, I hope everyone had a nice Thanksgiving and got to spend plenty of time with their family. I have one update for this evening, and that's from Parks and Rec. And, I think a lot of people have seen it by now, but last month they just reopened the Aquatic Center. They've made lots of upgrades down there to the locker rooms, to the pool, to everything. There's new management down there, new swim times, new ways to apply for it, pricing. So, if you're a swimmer, go check it out. It's pretty cool. And then we also formed 2 ad hoc committees. The first, they want to start a community-driven educational campaign to pick up trash within the parks and in our trails and and to keep those clean and inspire a sense of pride and ownership in our parks in town. And then the other ad hoc committee was for the parks master plan, which this was some optimism by staff, but they're hoping that next year that the master plan will start. So they've already jumped the gun and put their ad hoc together, and they're ready to go for that. And that is my update for tonight.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Barnacle.
Thank you. I actually was talking to a parks commissioner, and she was elated to hear about that ad hoc, so I'm really excited for it. So Planning Commission just had a meeting on our land use map. It'll be coming to council shortly to adopt a final land use map. I was able to attend the Redwood Empire Food Bank. Was basically doing promotion to try and help them raise more donations and things like that. Sonoma Clean Power made a $40,000 donation. But just in general, really appreciative to all of the people in the community, whether you volunteer your time or your money or whatever it is, for helping to pick everybody up and make sure that nobody is going hungry during this time of year. And then finally, I'm really excited to see Luma Ice come back this year and can't wait to get back out on the skates.
Okay. Councilmember Cater Thompson.
I just had one ad hoc meeting, which was smart, and we're moving toward Hillsburg, and so we just keep moving forward, and that's exciting. And then I have a SCTCA meeting next week. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we closed out November, I had the pleasure of joining the mayor and council member Quint at the Petaluma High's government class. Let me say once again, these students are amazing and our future is bright. These students ask thoughtful, challenging questions on how our city works, and they reminded me that the next generation of voters is already paying close attention, and many have already voted because they turned 18. Thank you all for coming to City Hall tonight. I hope you noticed the beautiful landscaping out in front. This was made possible thanks to Daily Acts volunteers and members of our community. And they weren't afraid of getting a little mud on their feet since they were doing the work right after the rains. And I was there, but I mainly moved a little bit of straw, did not work as hard as they were with those wheelbarrows. And after getting my boots a little dirty, I headed over to Ellis Creek Water Recycling Facility to see the city's brand new floating solar installation, another step forward in our city's sustainability leadership, and I'm very proud. I was also honored to represent the mayor in reading the City of Petaluma's 90th anniversary proclamation to the Petaluma Ladies Guild. These ladies are a small and mighty group who raise a significant amount of funds to support children and literacy in our community. Their dedication is truly inspiring. I hope everyone has been shopping local this season between Petaluma Food Fest, Small Business Saturday, the Gingerbread House competition, the Saturday's Riverboat arrival. There are so many ways to support our local businesses. I did my part. I even brought a bag from one of our local stores, and I supported our landmark neon sign that's being restored. So the money that I spent will go to help this landmark be restored. So that's a great way of doing two things, getting things on your gift list and helping the community. And by the way, if you were hearing sirens and singing and honking cars this evening, and maybe even Jolly St. Nicholas, that was the Petaluma Santa Safety Parade. Tonight was the West Side near City Hall that we heard. And then tomorrow night, we'll run from Washington Street around Sonoma Mountain Parkway. And Wednesday night, Santa will be visiting my District 3 neighborhood and all the areas of the East McDowell Boulevard over. Huge thank you to our police and fire departments for putting on this beloved annual tradition of good cheer, community fun, and we appreciate all that they do. Thank you.
Thank you. And I too hope everyone had a very happy Thanksgiving, and reiterate Councilmember Barnacle's point that we all need to be more mindful now than ever regarding our generosity and care for those who have it more difficult, more now than ever. And I hope you had a chance to see Santa arrive this weekend. That was quite the event. And it points out the necessity to keep the river dredged. And a big shout out to staff and the team from the Corps of Engineers who got that done. And for some, that was equally as exciting as Santa. So on my committee at the county with the Continuum of Care Board, the federal government funding for housing and homelessness has thrown another challenge out our way. They're implementing much more restrictive uses than for their funds than typical, and they're shortening the application time. It'll be harder in the upcoming year for us to fund our homelessness and housing programs. And as you've noted, you may have seen in the newspaper, for those who read the newspaper, that there could be many people out on the street with this change from our federal government, and that's not good. Also had a chance to go to a meeting about local funding for the homeless in response to this. It was at the Caritas Center run by Catholic Charities in Santa Rosa, and it's amazing what they pulled together just a couple of years ago into one project. They pull in permanent supportive housing, a clinic, a family center, and more. It's also needed, and more is needed. We need to do this more. Again, I think we mentioned how much fun we had at the high school class and how much fun we had touring the Ellis Creek floating panels. I do want to note that upcoming we have our Lit Bicycle Holiday event, which is December 19th. So I know it takes a few weeks to decorate your bike, so I just wanted to get that out early. And also, this is the time of year when our council reassigns our liaison appointments internally and see if there be new appointments in the new year. And so that will be arising as a council topic over completing in the beginning of the year. And with that, I'd like to pass it over to our city manager.
Thank you, Mayor, Council, and community. Wanted to let you know that dredging is going to continue through December 10th. The Army Corps got that window extended because want to make it through the turning basin, so trying to get it all dredged now. COTS Winter Warming Center is now open. It's located at 900 Hopper Street. Hours of operation is open to anyone needing warmth and bed and space and food from 6 p.m. to 8:30 a.m., 7 days a week. Community members will receive dinner, breakfast, and a lunch to go. And our Home First outreach team will be on site on Fridays to connect and engage the members with available services. The Petaluma, City of Petaluma is continuing to strengthen our communications with our mobile home residents in all 7 mobile home communities, and to ensure we can share important updates, resources, emergency information. We've got some forms in the back of the room. Please share that with residents. We want to be able to share information timely, and we know you're doing all you can to make sure that information is getting out there, but we'd love to be able to strengthen that. You can email that to us. You can drop it off at City Hall, and you can even leave a voicemail at 778-4467 or email us at housing@cityofpetaluma.org. We also have Light Up the Life. The city is partnering again with Providence Hospice, and we've been doing that for the past 36 years to host this event, and that is lighting up the tree at Walnut Park on Friday, December 5th. And I don't have a time, so I'm not sure what that time is. I apologize. Maybe somebody,
I think the tree lighting is at 6 at Walnut Park.
Thank you. So 6 o'clock. And Luma Ice, thank you, Councilmember Barnacle. We're excited to welcome back Luma Ice to the fairgrounds. It will be December 10th through January 6th. We will be offering that experience indoors at the Expo Hall this year in partnership with Mickelson Tree Farms. And there will be additional features like holiday displays, tractor rides, jump houses. We encourage folks to purchase tickets ahead of time on our dedicated website, which is now live, lumaice.com. And you'll find discounted skating packages and more information on hours, special events, and party reservations. And a big thank you to all of our sponsors and our presenting sponsor, Exchange Bank. So see you on the ice. And then finally, next Wednesday, we have an open house on our Petaluma North Specific Plan. And that is going to be at the community room at the Lucchese Center, December 10th at 6 p.m. And it's open for all interested community members, not folks just in the plan area, but all throughout the city. So hope you can make that. And if not, please look for more information for updates on our website. And that concludes my comments tonight. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And that brings us to our consent calendar for the evening. And I'll give a little minute for a line change here.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Tonight, with our consent calendar, I'm looking up and down the dais to see whether we have anyone wishing to pull an item and or have questions on it. And so, Councilmember Shribs.
Okay, on item number 4, which has to do with our schedule of meetings coming up this next year. But inside the resolution, there is another statement there that says that all regular meetings of the City Council shall start at 6:30 unless otherwise altered by majority vote at time of approval of the tentative agenda. So I thought I just was wondering if folks would be interested in having a little discussion on our start times, whether we want to change that or not. That's in this resolution. There, if also as another possible discussion is order of agenda or other things. Our agendas, at least the way we've been operating for the last couple of years, things have been going long past 11 o'clock most of the time. In fact, almost all the time, except for once or twice. So just is it worthy to have a little discussion about this, but particularly about the start time? Can we move it up to maybe 5:30 or even 6 o'clock? And at least start earlier so that we get a little more completion a little earlier in the evening, especially for the later items which are more important. I thought I'd just bring it up if folks would like to have a discussion on that at this time.
Good question. Good question. I'd like to leave the answer for after public comment and back, and then we'll have a little bit of a on that. And no other questions of staff in this. Great. Then let's open public comment on the item for the evening. And I'd like to invite our clerk in at this moment.
We did not receive any comments ahead of the meeting on the consent calendar, but at this time I will start a 30-second clock. Well, maybe I won't. There's not that many people. If anyone would like to submit a card, now's the moment.
Okay, not seeing anyone rise and move forward and not having any cards at the clerk's desk for general public comment for the consent calendar. The consent calendar's public comment period is closed. Bring it back up to council, and I invite council members to weigh in on the concept of Councilmember Shribs. Anyone have a positive or negative? And Councilmember Quint.
I'm in favor of an earlier start time at 5:30 or 6.
And thank you, Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, 5:30 or 6 works for me. In terms of agenda structure, I'm open to it. Honestly, I think I would leave it to the people making the agenda to identify those items that we want to get more public comment on. I was at an event recently, and someone said that for items that are non-contentious and they don't have anything, they would just say permission to waive presentation, and they would waive the presentation and go to public comment, close public comment, and they'd move through items like that. So I think part of getting out earlier is just on us too in our meeting, like being mindful that we don't need to have a comment on everything. But I'm open to 6 o'clock, but I would also be just open to flexing the agenda and using your prerogative, Mayor, to move certain items up earlier in the meeting and things like that, too.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Well, I'm going to remind everybody that 20 years ago, we had a 3 o'clock meeting, and we had things like the consent calendar, so staff didn't have to hang around till midnight, and then presentations and the meatier things were at the 6 o'clock meeting. So I'm all in favor of whatever makes life easier for staff. I'm retired. I don't know how I did it when I was teaching and I had to get up at 5 the next morning, but anything to get staff out of here, because I know they're back here in the morning doing their jobs, and I so appreciate you. But we have to think about the staff and what we could do to, you know, if we have a 3 o'clock meeting, get rid of all the consent calendar things and the non-really toxic items, I would say, and then bring back those ones at and the public wants to be able to comment maybe in the afternoon, and students could maybe participate more where they can't in the evening meetings. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you. Councilmember
To
Cater
remind
Thompson?
people there, like I have SCTCA, which ends at 5 on once a month on a Monday. So we'd have to kind of look at the schedule just to make sure that there's not going to be a conflict.
So broadly, I'm hearing that there's agreement that maybe we can modify our start times as we go forward, and maybe modify some agenda activities as we go forward. And I think we can use that as direction to staff and proceed with the consent calendar, the items written the way they are. Already we have full latitude to modify start times, but what we'll want to do is set a pattern where public knows and can anticipate what we're going to do. So I'd like to give staff a chance to kick that fresh idea around, and in the new year come out with a new proposal, and maybe we'll adopt an action at that point as to what a better plan will be. It'll also give us a little chance to give more direct feedback to city manager for her trying to coalesce the best idea for all, public and council and staff. Are we good with that? Councilmember DeCarli?
I think I'd be okay with a 6 o'clock start time. I think, but it doesn't, I mean, the bigger problem though is, you know, you're still going to take the same amount of time in the meetings. So I think efficiency wise, I think that's where we need to look at things more. But, you know, starting at 6 o'clock, I don't think it's such a bad thing, giving the public time to get here after work, or us to get here after work for those of us that work still. You know, starting it a little bit earlier is not that big of a deal.
I mean, I'm kind of sensing that you'd be less inclined towards a 5:30 start.
Yes, I prefer 6.
And thank you for allowing me to go to my more blunt side and say perhaps this midnight thing is, if we move earlier, we all got to make a commitment that we want to end earlier, not have longer meetings. So, I mean, I think that's incumbent on some of us, and I appreciate the constructive opportunities that Councilmember Barnacle raised. And with that, I think we've given direction to staff. Can I get a motion on
I have
the?
one more comment on September 21st, that we have it on the week before and the 21st. Is there a reason for that?
There is no meeting on the 21st of December?
No, I'm talking about September.
Oh, September.
Which is that Yom Kippur?
One of those, yeah.
And I believe that's a question for the clerk.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, some of the meetings have been moved around if a holiday fell on, that was it. It's Labor Day. It falls on Labor Day.
Please look for the 21st.
So the 14th, so the meeting typically would be on the 7th, but because that's a holiday, it moves to the 14th. The 21st is the standard meeting. It's back to back because of the holiday. And that happened this year as well.
Normally there were just 2 Jewish holidays that were supposed to be for many years looked at before the schedule, and the 21st is one of them, of September.
Did we want to push the 21st to the 28th?
Right, and then there'd be a 28th, and then whatever the
And then the
following
5th in
Monday is the
October.
first meeting in
So
October.
so it'd be back to back, but
that's
following that.
probably it's amenable to, so with that item modified in that way, can I get a motion for the consent calendar?
I'll move approval of the consent calendar with amending the September 21st to be the 28th, and I think that's it.
So we have a motion by Barnacle and a second by Cater Thompson, and a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you very much. That takes us to our public hearings, matters for consideration. We're on item 7, which is a public hearing regarding adoption, second reading of ordinance 2914 and also 2915, City of Petaluma, to update the Petaluma Building and Fire Codes to incorporate the 2025 Building Standards Code, Title 24, and to readopt local amendments to Title 24, International Property and Maintenance Code, and the 2024 International Fire Code. And I do love second readings of ordinances, and especially when they were unanimous, approval in the first round. And so Council Barnacle has a suggestion for accelerating meetings. Is it possible this is one of those items? Is there unique information tonight on this?
No, there is not. It is certainly an opportunity for expediting the agenda if you so choose.
And so, not that we don't love you, but thank you very much for that presentation. I'd like to take it to public comment for the evening. Do we have comments on that?
We do not have any comments on that item.
Thank you very much. That closes public comment on that item, and that brings it to staff. Do we have any comment or a motion on this item?
Motion.
So we have a motion by Cater Thompson.
Second.
A second by Now. And we have a roll call vote, please.
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much for being here tonight. And it's critical that you're here because things go sideways. And, we might think we have an easy item, but between the council and the public, that is not a guarantee. So I appreciate you being here.
Absolutely.
And good.
Happy
You
to.
too.
Thank you so much, and congratulations on so expeditiously closing on your goals. Have a wonderful rest of your meeting.
There we go. Thank you. And now we have item 8, which is a first reading of an ordinance of the City Council in the City of Petaluma amending Section 134530, public use in Chapter 1345, regarding preservation and access to Lafferty Ranch. So to help us with this tonight, we have Patrick Carter, our assistant to the city manager. Patrick, what do we have?
Thank you, council members. Hard to follow up such a wonderful presentation, but I'll try my best to make this quick as well. The 270-acre Lafferty Ranch property, which was part of the city's water supply system from 1959 until 1992, is an incredible public asset. It has breathtaking views of the Petaluma Valley, San Pablo Bay, and everything in between. Ordinance number 2022 added Chapter 13.45 entitled Preservation and Public Access to Lafferty Ranch to the Petaluma Municipal Code in 1996 with a clear intent to allow passive recreational public use of the property. A public access management plan was developed, studied, and an EIR certified, but the project did not proceed at the time due to litigation brought by neighboring property owners. Starting in 2020, improvements that would allow docent-led hikes by LandPass, an environmental education and conservation nonprofit organization, began and were followed by public hikes, docent-led hikes themselves. The improvements and the limited access docent-led hikes were analyzed at the time and found to be categorically exempt from CEQA with notices of exemption filed. this proposed ordinance under consideration tonight would ratify and formalize the ongoing docent program at Lafferty Ranch in the Petaluma Municipal Code, consistent with the existing intent of Chapter 13.45, the preservation and public access to Lafferty Ranch in our municipal code. The docent-led hikes would continue in their current configuration, allowing up to 10 hikes per month and up to 20 participants per hike. And just as a reference point for how the hikes have been going so far this year, there have been 30 scheduled hikes. 2 of them were canceled due to weather, I believe, and there's still one that is yet to take place. So well underneath that 10 per month cap that we've self-imposed. And the guided hikes typically involve 10 to 12 participants per hike. So with that, staff recommends the introduction of this ordinance, and we're available for questions.
Thank you very much. I think Lafferty is a gem in the system, and I'm glad those people have had a chance, and I assume most of council has been one of those people. And Council Member Shribs, we have a question.
Yeah, so I've been on with docents walking up the hike. It is fabulous to go up there and hike it. I know the trails have been worked on. So if we are we currently raising it from the current level up to 10, or is it the same 10? And of those 10, are they required to have a docent-led hike? That's not just a group of people wanting to hike, but it actually is a docent-led, controlled hike. Just to ensure that, right?
That's correct. It's the current program which has to be docent-led hikes, and we've done a self-imposed limitation of 10 per calendar month and 20 people per hike.
Right, so we're not changing the 10 per month.
Correct.
That's the same. At 350 people right now per month going up, per year, going up there at 20, at a manageable group, not that much of an impact as hikes goes and trails goes. We've got 350 people coming to Schoenberger Park every single day. So just for comparison. So I thought I'd just bring that up. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember DeCarly?
Hey, Patrick. I have some clarification questions on it. So, you know, it says we're amending that section of the code, but I don't know what is being changed, what we're amending, like changing it to, because it's identical to what's published on the city's in the municipal code right now on the city's website, and so I'm just curious.
Yeah, so there's a paragraph that got added. It's in the staff report, and it essentially, I mean, I could read it verbatim, but essentially it just ratifies what I just said to you, that the docent-led hikes, there's up to 10 per calendar month, and they have up to 20 participants per hike. And that part isn't explicit in the existing municipal code, but that bold section in the staff report is the new language that we're recommending.
Okay. Gotcha. And then, I mean, it says it in there, but we don't have a public use land management plan yet, correct?
That's correct. The management plan that we studied in the EIR was never, the project never went forward. I think it's clear from the intent of the language of the municipal code that we intended to do so, but we're wrapped up in litigation for many years on that. So this essentially would ratify the current activities and allow that activity to continue, the docent-led hikes.
Okay. I guess where I have trouble with it is, you know, that's kind of the management plan is kind of the foundation for that section. So how do we make a decision on it when we don't have that foundation to, you know, it just seems like a big piece of that's missing, and we should have had it.
Well, okay, I see.
So could I, one before bringing in both our budget discussions and goals discussions in years past, we've wrestled with this very issue. And because there isn't a clean path, a non-litigious path to the solution, we stayed at this solution. We arrived at this solution. And the The group's original goal was to have unlimited access, the advocacy group, if you will, this is as far as we can get without extreme expenditure of money and staff time. So that's part of the logic I recall.
That's right, and if I could just add, Council, as Patrick mentioned, there was a very expensive EIR that was done for a pretty expansive system of trails and development of what's referred to in the documents as Lafferty Ranch Park. Back, decades ago, and the EIR was certified, but the project, which is the Lafferty Ranch Management Plan, was never approved by the council at that time and didn't go forward. And the reason it wasn't was because of threats of litigation from those opposed, the neighboring property owners opposed to the public's access to and use of their property. And so, but the purpose of that chapter that was enacted, and Councilmember Keter Thompson, I think, remembers it, others will, prior council members, was to afford that access. So what this action would do was would ensure the continued use as has been programmed currently, and you just heard the specifics about the Dawson-led hikes, would allow that use to continue consistent with and not inconsistent with the city's municipal code. And so the now existing litigation, 2 cases that mean to prevent the public's use of their property, this action by the council would use its legislative power to ensure that the current use is consistent with the Muni Code, and there is no basis for challenging that current use in the existing litigation. While the city no longer has, I think the city at the time spent in the neighborhood of $1 million on the EIR way back, and now there's not. The city's park development fees have been updated some years ago to allow proceeds from those fees to be able to be programmed at Lafferty Ranch, but as far as I know, they've not been, or only on a limited basis. So there isn't, as far as I'm aware, funding for something like as expansive as an updated management plan for Lafferty Park. So this preserves the public access that the council always intended to for the public's property, which for those of us that have been there is as breathtaking as is described. And so that's the purpose. Thanks.
Good. And I appreciate the efforts of all the advocates of the past, Councilmember Healy and former council member Matt McGuire, Larry Modell, all of whom I invited in tonight to address this, and so all are aware on that. And also, I think to Councilmember Shribs' point, I think heightened use would require heightened city investment to make parkland, protective land out of it, and that's not where we've landed for best use of city funds at this, resource critical time. Some of the background on that. Good?
Yeah, no, I'm good. I mean, I'm supportive of the public going up there. It's just I don't like the process of this where we're missing a big chunk again of something. I know there's a long battle, up there. And
I think part of the issue is we're really not ready to walk away from total clean access with a big plan, and I don't think we're ready to walk away from that. So we leave that, but we actually reveal and document what we're intending, what our practice is, so that we're not being said we're inconsistent practice and intention. So, we good down here? We all good? I did before I go to public comment, one other thing. I think LandPath has been a great partner. I think it was brilliant to hook them in on it. Their organizational structure and their care of nature is unparalleled. So with that, I'd like to open it to public comment.
We did not receive any comments ahead of the meeting. Sorry, actually, we did receive one right at the last minute. I don't have any cards, but if there's anyone who would like to make a comment, now is the moment to bring a card.
And not seeing anyone standing, I close this public comment on this item. And back to council. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I appreciate the item, and I'm happy to move it.
Be happy to second that.
So we have a motion from Barnacle and a second from Cater Thompson. And may we have a roll call vote?
Barnacle?
Aye.
Cater Thompson?
Yes.
DeCarly?
Yes.
Now?
Yes.
That was a yes. Quint?
Yes.
Shribs?
Yes.
McDonald?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. I appreciate staff work on this. It's another milestone for good things Petaluma's doing. It brings us to item 9, introduction, first reading of an ordinance, the City Council adding Chapter 4.05 entitled Disqualification of Contractors to the Title IV Revenue and Finance of the Petaluma Municipal Code. And to help us with this, we have Dylan Brady, our Assistant City Attorney. Welcome, Dylan.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council. I also have Paul Koschel, our Public Works Director, if there's any specific Public Works questions. This is an ordinance that our Public Works team is really ecstatic about and hopeful for. So I have 10 hopefully quick slides. I'll kind of say what the problem is and our solution. So this chapter is 405. It is titled Disqualification of Contractors. So currently, just a little background in the law, our city charter, section 68, requires all of our public works contracts, as well as our contracts for goods, equipment, material, to go to the lowest responsive and responsible bidder. Responsive and responsible each have definitions. Responsive means that the contractor is complying with the bid terms, that they are providing all the bonds, they're signing where they're supposed to sign, they're answering all the questions. And that's an objective determination that we're able to tell just by looking at the bid documents. What's harder to do is responsible. So responsible, that's defined in Public Contract Code Section 1103, and it essentially means that the contractor has the qualifications, the experience, the financial resources to perform the contract successfully. We've been able to disqualify some contractors for not being responsive. However, I don't believe, at least in my 5 years here in the city, we've ever disqualified a contractor for not being responsible. It's a very hard thing to do. It's timely. It requires a public hearing. It's adversarial. It usually delays projects. So that is the problem, is it is hard to disqualify a contractor for not being responsible. And then here is some of the contract or problems that our staff is facing with our current contractors. Chronic delays, not providing the correct safety violations, not complying with OSHA, just poor workmanship and not complying with the contract sections, the designs. And when you have a public works contract and they've already mobilized and they've started construction, it really gets hard to disqualify them or terminate their contract. In my 5 years, we've only done that once, pretty egregious. I'll use a nautical term, they kind of have us over the barrel a little bit. And that's because it's hard to, once they mobilize, to find a new contractor, terminate. It's an open construction site. That's dangerous. It's going to be more expensive. We don't know if the new contractor has the capacity to come in immediately and start work. They have to get up to speed. So it's really rare that we've ever terminated a contract while there has started construction. So those are kind of the two problems that we've had. Our Public Works team has said, hey, how can we address these problems? And there's a lot of back and forth with, the city attorney's office, their attorney, when they should just be doing the work up to scale, up to code. So a couple pictures. The left is an example of improper traffic safety control. The right is good. And I don't want to embarrass any contractors, so I won't give any specifics here. And then we got a little animation. So thumbs up, that's good. That's what we want to see. The one on the left, we do not. Another example here, the left is not something that we want to see. That's unsafe trenching. On the right, that is good. So those are the kind of the problems that we're trying to solve, is these safety violations, delays, that really cost a lot of time between the city going back and forth with a contractor. So that is the problem. And here is the solution, the proposed ordinance. It adds a new chapter to our municipal code, 405, disqualification of contractors. And it applies to the subcontractors, the contractors, and any affiliates. Affiliates is a term that we defined in our ordinance, but it's essentially any contractor that was disqualified and then tries to form a new company to try to evade that disqualification. And what's cool about this proposed ordinance that I've only seen one other city does, their ordinance do, is it applies to all city contracts. So a lot of contract ordinances, it just applies to public works contracts, but this will also apply to services as well as goods, materials, and equipment. So here are the grounds for disqualification. There's 13 of them. I don't believe there's 13 listed. We kind of combined them to make it all fit in one slide. But these are some pretty egregious acts. It is an ordinance, again, that we hope that we never have to use, but it's a nice stick to have to try to get the contractors to comply with the code and the contract scopes. So here are some of the egregious issues. If they are commit fraud, bribery, criminal misconduct, failure to perform, pattern of poor work performance, repeated safety labor violations. And then the last one is sort of a catch-all. And this is something that we reviewed with our CIP team. I know Jonathan Sangerlot, Paul Koschel, Andy Morehouse, Steve Worrell, Josh Minchell, Paul Gagan. I believe that's all of them. They've reviewed. They've all added their input. These grounds for disqualification, we believe, will catch all of the problems that we're having with our contractors. So how the ordinance works is we have one of the grounds for disqualification. Either the public works director or another high up staff official sends a letter to the contractor. It says, hey, this it's a notice. You have been found to violate one of these ordinance sections. Here's the specific reasoning that you are in violation. So it provides them sort of notice about what a narrative of the violation. It explains how to appeal that, as well as the length of disqualification. And the disqualification, it's up to 5 years, and the ordinance provides a list of factors that we can use to determine what the length of disqualification should be. So if a contractor feels that that's not appropriate, they have the ability then, within 15 days of receiving that initial notice, to file an appeal with our city manager or designee. They have an informal meeting. The city manager is able to modify or even reverse the disqualification. If after the informal meeting, the contractor, they are able to appeal. That appeal will be heard by a neutral hearing officer. It won't be staff. It's nice as part of due process to have an impartial hearing officer. We list some qualifications, and then that hearing officer will make a determination. They will consider some mitigating factors for the length of the disqualification. And what's also cool in our ordinance that I've only seen one other city do is the contractor, if they're disqualified, and that's upheld through the informal hearing and the formal hearing through the hearing officer, they're able to say, let's give an example, the disqualification's 3 years. After a year of being disqualified, they've done all these mitigation factors, they've hired new people, they've done trainings. They're able to appeal to the city manager and say, hey, city manager, look at all what we've done to try to correct that. Can we kind of stay or shorten that disqualification? So that is another due process thing that not a lot of other city ordinances have. So that is the process. And here's kind of the benefits to the city. I think the main one is that it hopes to ensure that the contractors are doing the work correctly. Again, it is a stick that if our contractors aren't performing the up to code, while during the contract, staff can say, hey, if you don't correct whatever the violation is, we're going to potentially disqualify you. So it's hopefully a little stick right there to get them to mind their P's and Q's. I know our public works staff have already kind of used this with some contractors out there, and said, hey, this ordinance is coming, so please be on your best behavior. It seems to be going pretty well. And we do think that it will eventually save money for the city, as there won't be so much staff time overseeing and monitoring the contractors to make sure they're doing the work correctly. We believe it will even the playing field. It'll make the projects hopefully safer and expand the useful life of these projects. Safer projects also mean less litigation and dangerous defects, and that's costly. So we believe we've struck a good balance with our ordinance and due process, as well as protecting the city. And that is my present. Oh, I should also say too that looking at the ordinance, the proposed ordinance that currently is posted online, it has the correct numbering. Eric and I were going back and forth about what the numbering should be, and we made a couple mistakes or left some in there. So it all now says 405. And happy to answer questions. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Bring it up to council. Any questions? Councilmember Shribs?
Can you bring up the process slide?
Yeah, hold on. I'll just leave it up. Okay.
Thank you. My screen flashes on and off, so I'll see. I'll stay here if I can. Now, in the formal process, this is the legal formal process. Now, I'm hoping that the consideration of mitigating factors where there is remediation efforts and cooperation, I assume that that's also going to be put up forward. And I also assume that there's going to be a lot more informal meetings before notice and explanation of formal legal action, that there's informal things happening ahead of this. So that, but I assume this is just a legal process, but I'm hoping that you guys are also going to be working on the informal process, which is actually preempts a lot of this into the informal discussions and remediations that can be done. So is there a way that, does that have to be part of this ordinance? Or is that just done as policy?
Yeah, I think that's built in, and I think that is the goal, is that there's going to be a lot of informal and that this ordinance never gets to be used. But it is, again, a nice stick to have in our bag in case those kind of informal processes break down and we have to go to a disqualification.
And if I could add to Councilmember Shribs, so the sequence that you see on the graphic is really the planned sequence. It starts with a notice of this proposed action decision by the city manager or delegee. It invites the contractor that receives the notice to an informal meeting, just discussion. It's not a formal proceedings. They can bring legal counsel if they want, but that's to actually exchange information about what's going on. The reason why there's some formality to this with a formal hearing before a neutral administrative hearing officer and the considerations, and there's more detail obviously in the ordinance about the actual proceedings, is because there's legal considerations involved. The contractors are owed a due process right in a formal bidding process to a public agency procurement in accordance with existing statute and case law. So we have to satisfy those requirements and ensure their fair treatment. But we do fully intend, and that's why there's that informal meeting that is in the beginning of the process, because that would allow things like contractors to share more information, contractors to maybe choose to bow out of the procurement if they have problems that they can't remedy before we get too far in the process. Because, you know, the reason why these due process rights exist in contractors is this goes to their business reputation, right? We understand that. That's a big deal. But so is the public's and the staff's and the council's ability to rely upon the quality of the contract that's performed, you know, and the work for public facilities, their useful life, their safety, et cetera.
Right, because usually I think in a normal process, sometimes the consideration of mitigation factors is ahead of the formal hearing. So I'm just wondering, the formal hearing usually is decisions get made,
right,
and then they're disqualified, and then they have to go through a formal process to get back in line whereas usually those two are flipped, is what I think.
Councilmember, I can say this slide's a little misleading. It's really those top three. Those are sort of the process.
Yes.
And in between, you're considering the mitigation factors for how long the disqualification should be. What are the mitigating factors for the length? Yeah. So those are kind of in between as part of the three top headings for the formal due process.
But I just want to make sure that that is clear, because when people see this, they're going to go, wait a minute, you're making a decision, then you're going to let me actually do something different? So I think that these come first, or
yeah, I think
layered
it's
in.
clear on the ordinance, and this slide is a little misleading.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you. I
and-
just want to
and
clarify the process.
The full scope of those considerations can and should be part of the informal meeting.
Okay, good. Thank
And
you.
right in the outset. Thanks.
Okay, good.
Councilmember Quinn?
Sure. So, so I support the ordinance and the whole concept behind it, and I think it can provide a useful tool for the city. The one area that I start to get a little uncomfortable with, and I think that this, I would characterize this as a kind of a soft concern, is the potential for abuse in the future. If there's someone in a position that has the ability to affect a contract, awarding a contract to one person versus another by finding a way to exclude a bidder. So I'm, as I was just sort of thinking about that, I was wondering if there's how the council might feel about maybe putting a time limit on the ordinance, that it's like in effect for a certain number of years and needs to come back for reapproval at some point. Like, I don't know whether that's a good idea or not, just throwing it out.
Good starting point for a conversation. I'm going to let the rest of the questions roll out. Maybe we'll come right back around to that. Councilmember Barnacle?
Thank you. I agree this slide is somewhat misleading. It definitely, so I appreciate you clarifying that. Can you go back to the one on the reasons? Yeah, that's the one.
Yep.
So talk to me about disqualification by another public agency. So disqualification can happen for lots of reasons, one being it's not a responsive bid, right? So does that mean that if someone had submitted not a responsive bid that we could disqualify them?
No, so it would be, good question. It would be disqualification based on one of the 13 justifications, and that's spelled out in our ordinance. I think for brevity and to try to keep it on one slide, it's not as clear, but yeah, it needs to be grounds that are similar in our ordinance to disqualify, that we can then impute on the contractor here.
And I should add too, thank you, Dylan, Councilmember Barnacle, there's a pretty big distinction in the law between responsiveness problems, which is really failure to follow the instructions in the submission. It could be something as simple as not listing a license, not listing a subcontractor, failing to sign, failing to include a bid bond or something. Those are honest mistakes. Responsibility really goes to the qualifications of the contractor to perform the work. Do they actually have the license they need to? Have they committed, if they debarred for prevailing wage violations, et cetera? So in the law and in our draft ordinance for the council, the distinction is recognized between responsiveness, which this isn't about, and responsibility, which it is.
So help me then understand how we would go about seeking this information from other public agencies. What I'm envisioning here is, I'm just going to start, we'll take information that I know of that is probably part of a public record from one agency and submit it with my bid to the public agency as a way of like undermining my competitors or something like that, which maybe is a good thing that we want that information if they've been, asked to buy a different public agency. I'm just wondering how we happen upon this.
That could happen. We do, I can remember a few times where we've received information from a potential competing bidder about issues that a competitor was having that might address responsibility. The most likely way we would get it is when our staff are checking references with other agencies, because typically a part of our submission package is to list other agencies and owners for whom they've performed similar work in California within a recent period, similar size project. So I think that's typically where we might, in checking reference, if a public works director at another city said, well, actually they're debarred right now or whatever, then that's how we get that information typically.
And I'll just add, too, that it's in our ordinance as well as a lot of the other ordinances I've seen is our city clerk is supposed to keep a list of the disbarred contractors. So that list will be in San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose for the contractors that have similar ordinances where they've used against and disqualified contractors.
Got you. That helps me for sure, because nobody's going to list a reference that will. You're not going to be in business.
You'd be surprised.
Long. Yeah, I guess.
What we see actually is sometimes a failure to list references or to be selective in the listing.
I would put that under responsive then, but okay. And then the period then is going to be determined by the hearing officer, right?
Originally, it will be the high-level staff member that's overseeing the contract, the public works director, finance director, assistant city manager, and then that can be appealed to the city manager or their designee, and then finally the hearing officer. So the hearing officer gets the final say.
Okay, and then the hearing officer, is it someone that we are appointed, or is it how do we source our hearing officers?
Yeah, we currently have an RFP process, and I believe 4 or 5 under contract. They're all former attorneys, a few city attorneys. I know we have the assistant city attorney in Santa Rosa, previous former city attorney in Elk Grove has helped us with hearings. The qualifications, they need to be either an attorney or having experience in public works contracts or done previous arbitrations. So they're going to be neutral. And I think so far no issues with our hearing officers.
Right. Dylan's right. So we have basically a rotating list that we periodically update through solicitation of eligible administrative hearing officers, and we use them for a variety of administrative proceedings under our muni code.
Final question: is there a reason why we wouldn't want to take the sort of penalty, setting the penalty out of our staff's hands altogether and not have that? That seems to me like one of the biggest opportunities for, like foul play is like, I need to reduce this penalty, or I need to avoid this penalty, and the person is someone on staff here, not a legal expert, not, someone that's that. And that just feels like it's the one opportunity where we're putting our staff in a position to be the jury, if you will, the judge and the jury, or whatever. I don't know what the right wording is, but you get what I'm saying.
But it's all subject to review by the administrative hearing officer. So the way.
Yeah, Eric, hold on, Eric. But the administrative hearing officer, if something is wiped away, the term is reduced, let's say, or minimized, nobody's going to appeal that to the hearing officer. They're going to appeal something to the hearing officer if they think that it's too punitive, right? So we're not in a situation where like someone's going to escalate it to the hearing officer because their penalty got reduced or their term got reduced, right? And so I'm just...
well, maybe I'm misunderstanding your question. Are you focused on the mechanism that we have whereby someone who gets debarred for a specified period, say it's 2 years, can, after a year elapses, submit documentation to Peggy and seek to be reinstated? You're worried about that kind of pressure?
No, I think it's the original city staff saying, this contractor, you violated whatever grounds, you're disqualified for 2, 3, 4, 5 years or whatever.
Yeah, any of those. Any decision where a staff person is in a position to, because the thing is the hearing officer, I don't feel like the applicant or the party knows who that hearing officer is, right? We have a book of hearing officers. It's going to be somewhat random, but I know exactly who the director of public works is. I know exactly who the city manager is, right? And so you create a lot more clarity over where the power map is and who I need to leverage. And Not saying that would ever happen, of course, definitely not with the staff we have today, but we're writing this for future.
We are, and that's why those safeguards are built in, because there has to be a factual record that supports the initial administrative determination to put someone on notice, and also that is a basis for the administrative hearing officer's ultimate decision. And the kind of influence that you're describing would be a violation of our oath of office, would be, a career-ending kind of corruption that we would certainly, be subject to, the full range of penalties for that. Remember, too, that our office is going to be assisting in this process. And so our duties as the city's attorneys are going to be implicated in terms of following the law, in terms of an honest presentation of the facts, and again, in terms of our duties of competency and loyalty and our own ethical obligations as attorneys. So I do think, and as we've mentioned already tonight, there is pretty well-established due process case law that applies to the rights of contractors in formal bidding of public agencies, that this scheme adheres to, that the jurisdictions that have these regulations also clearly base them on, and that we borrowed from in enacting this. So, I'm totally not trying to debate with the council, trying to, though, provide specific information as to how these safeguards are intended to work, and I think in practice would work.
Okay,
thanks.
Councilmember DeCarly.
So to kind of continue with what Councilman Barnacle was saying, is it a conflict for the city to be choosing the public hearing officer? Because then you could have a situation where the city knows we're likely to get this favorable outcome. This is who we're going to choose.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of good case law out there where the city is able to pick their hearing officers. They're neutral. It's their ethics too. It's their job to be impartial. So it doesn't go to where, if they say, hey, there's a line of case, I think it's called Nightlife, where you had a hearing officer. He was the only hearing officer for the city. I forget the city, Fairfield maybe, and they argued to the judge, hey, this hearing officer, they're just going to rubber stamp whatever the city's doing because they know that they can keep getting contracts that they withhold. So that's something that we're cognizant of, and our hearing officers are very impartial. They don't talk to the city attorney's office at all, besides sort of setting up these hearings. So far, so good, and I don't think that's a real concern while Eric's in our office, yeah.
Right. Dylan's right about the Nightlife line of cases, and what they provide is that we can't set up a system in which hearing officers' hope of continued retention by the jurisdiction taints their decision-making, and that's why they just get added to a panel from whom we select officers. They don't know if they're ever going to get any work from us. There's no guarantee of subsequent work from us. And they stay in the panel during the time of that selection. Thanks.
Okay. No, thank you for the clarification. And then I wonder too, since we're having a full-on discussion about this and the legal teams have written this all up, I mean, how frequent of a problem is this that the city wants to disqualify contractors that it's come to?
Yeah,
tonight.
Again, and maybe this is a question for Paul, but I don't think we're going to be using this frequently. I think it's nice as a deterrent to tell the contractors, hey, get your work done, or this is a potential, like I said, Eric, and I don't know, the 10 years that are longer that you've been here with the city, have we ever disqualified for responsiveness?
For responsibility,
Yeah.
not formally, but we've dealt with issues, and in the recent past, and they're very time-consuming and they're costly. So those examples those are real examples. And it is, we should hear from Paul, because it's staff who came to us wanting this tool. We didn't reach out to them, and
Right, and that's why I wonder how
contract to the requirement with that, in the sense that a high percentage of the contractors that we award contracts to, these issues would have come up to the I guess the severity that we would go down this road. But it is for the small percentage of those repeat offenders that we're trying to deter.
Okay. And then one of the things I noticed, in the presentation is there's a lot of contrast between the 13 things versus some of the examples. Some of the stuff, obviously you wouldn't want people doing stuff. There's fraud, etc. But then the examples of, well, there's a sign that fell over, on a road, or this trench wasn't braced right, or I understand that opens up everybody involved to liability, but to then use that as an example to say, like, this is why we could maybe disqualify somebody up to 5 years, like, that seems kind of extreme.
Yeah, and I think, again, this slide was just sort of for brevity to make sure that fits in one slide. If you actually look at the definitions, it needs to be pretty severe and egregious, and I don't think we'll be disqualifying over somebody that's not providing the correct safety sign. I think it needs to be a repeated pattern or something pretty egregious.
Right, and if staff, we're too busy and we have too big a public works project workload to make problems for contractors on whom we rely to deliver projects, to want to abuse a tool like this. If there were staff in the future, that would become clear to administrative hearing officer, and it might even result in litigation as a result of the administrative hearing. Because, as we said, there's laws that and case law that exist to protect contractors and their interest in their business reputation for performing the work. So no one's going to tolerate, nor should they, pretextual attempts by the city to disqualify them from city projects.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, and I'll just add too, I think that's kind of why we have the 3 levels of tiers to go to the city manager, where they can say, hey, city staff, you're a little heavy-handed here. Why did you disqualify? I'm going to reverse. And then the hearing officer can say the same thing if they disagree.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then one last question.
Yeah.
So can the city disqualify a subcontractor independently without getting rid of the primary contractor?
Correct, we can. Ultimately, the subcontractor is responsible, or the contractor is responsible for their subcontractor. But if it's really the subcontractor that's causing the problems, we can bypass the contractor and just go after the sub, just to be fair.
Yeah, okay, because if you're going to have a list that's going out everywhere.
Yeah, and I don't know if I've seen a city's ordinance that has the ability to go right after the subcontractor.
Well, there's a process in the Public Contract Code for subcontractor substitution, because there's a series of statutes in the code that are designed to prevent what's called bid shopping, and that's when general contractors try to pressure subcontractors to lowball their bids at the last minute and use one bid to get to other lower bids. And that's why they're restricted from, they have to list subcontractors doing more than 1% of the project, et cetera. But sometimes the law also recognizes that sometimes subcontractors are causing significant performance problems and do need to be substituted, notwithstanding those protections. So those mechanisms exist. I have dealt with, there are hearings, that's a hearing process in the Public Contract Code for that. And when I was in private practice, even before as Petaluma City Attorney, dealt with some of those matters. So there's a pretty good balance in the law already with respect to that. And we have seen that sometimes it's at the subcontractor level that these problems exist. And that's a way to deal with it at that level. And focus on the source of the problem, which in that case would not be the general contractor.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of questions. I mean, I've been trying to sit on my hands here for, I have 30 years of letting public works contracts. I got a little experience in this. And I agree with you, the main value of the ordinance is as a threat. I mean, the tools public works have already is pretty good, but there's always that one player and you want to have one more tool. And I think I think you're talking about two different tracks, and it's getting confused for everyone. One track is you have somebody under contract who's so bad you wish to disqualify them, and another one is there's a bid day, you open it up, you say, oh, that's somebody who's been disqualified somewhere else. So there's two way separate tracks you're talking about. And so for someone who's under contract, the inspection team, the construction management team, many, many tools, and that rises up through a city change before this would ever come in and you threaten to disqualify this person. The documentation on it would be huge. But it's also something that no contractor will allow. You know, I mean, if contractor's foreman is the problem, contractors will tell you they fired him, but really they sent him to Fairfield. You know, they have the ability to bring you, nobody wants this black mark on their record. So I don't think this ordinance will ever be used. I'm not sure it has value in that sense. But, you know, it's the umbrella you never need. If you call for references, any public agency will tell you, yes, they worked for me, did a contract, and yes, this was the date. And you ask, did they complete successfully? Well, no contractor will allow a contract to end unsuccessfully. That's a lawsuit that's happening. So what happens for those contractors is, maybe they'll claim that they needed extra work days because of you, and you're claiming that they didn't finish the contract, and the debate is about schedule, or maybe it's cost. It all gets negotiated. Every agency, every city would rather negotiate and pay beyond what they think the earnings are to avoid the litigation cost, and so they all end successfully. The worst contractor in the world, if you negotiate and close, successfully completed a contract and would not be disqualified under this discussion. So to get disqualified like this is pretty egregious. I mean, you had to go the extra effort to get thrown out. So that makes me ask, did you find any agency that has a list of contractors who are disqualified?
I didn't check. I know San Francisco, they recently disqualified a contractor for some pretty serious kickback issues. That was in the news a couple years ago. I would imagine they're out there, but
their public works department had problems too.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So I agree with you there. The sentiment is that this would be pretty rare, and it's hopefully umbrella we don't have to use, but it's a nice stick to have.
Beyond that, there's a lot of examples of kickbacks and things like that.
Right. But in terms of the job references that we see, no reference will tell you that there is a
Typically
bad
not.
performance, only disqualified, and very rarely.
We've terminated public works contracts for cause and successfully gotten substitute performance through sureties. So
right,
that is not a successful.
During a contract.
Right.
You let someone off and pull their performance bond.
Right. Well, letting them off, terminating them for,
terminating them for
that
cause. But you
kind
have
of
to win that in court. That's a pretty egregious if you're.
Well, we didn't have litigation, and we settled that and got the substitute performance, and so that is the kind of thing that in the future could prevent that contractor from bidding.
Would you reveal that to another agency?
It's factual, sure.
So I think the reference call would come to Paul. And
well, he knows the same stuff.
But so would our staff have confidence in sharing this information as part of what I'm worried about?
If I know our team, they would check with us and say, "What
on a
about
reference
sharing
call?"
this?" And and the thing I want to mention too is about the team. You know, I wasn't being tongue in cheek at all. I don't know what their current pipeline of dollars for public works projects that are programmed right now is, but it's, you know, with the public safety facility, that alone is north of $40 million. So it's an incredible quantity of work. And I'm really proud of the job they do, and they do it with our support, which we're glad to provide, of working out problems in the field. We've for the Ellis Creek projects, we've had some very productive discussions about getting those 3 contracts resolved, and staff has done a great job being pragmatic and focusing on what we always try to focus on, which is what does the project need.
But that would never come to, you didn't disqualify any of the Ellis Creek people.
Not
you
with respect
remedied
to
on
that.
all of them for one way or another.
Not with respect to that, but that other project I told you about, that would be, if that contractor were preparing to reapply, they might be a likely subject for this process.
The value in this is the threat of
I
and
think
that's
so.
what brings resolution to conflict.
I think so, and the reason why very, very consciously we start with notice, it's a big deal, and then informal discussion, step 1 is there something we're missing? Let's talk about this. We're really concerned. You know, here's where this can go. What's a possible resolution? That's very much the same kind of work that our staff do on a day-to-day basis to resolve, because conditions are never exactly as they're.
No, once it gets to this chart, it's all lawyers.
Right. Right.
Contractors argue with engineers, but
lawyers
argue with lawyers.
But the trick is to manage projects the way projects need to be managed, so the public gets the result they're supposed to for the expenditure of their dollars, and that's a very much a pragmatic project management kind of issue. And this is to bolster that, not in lieu of that.
We do talk about trying to be the employment of choice, or the agency of bid choice, so that we do get the best bids from outside contractors. I think the way this is written is over the top in terms of more than we need. It handles that 1% case, but it influences the other cases. Have we visited with any of the engineering contractors associations, ECA, North Bay Builders Exchange? Have we vetted this in that community before and we talked to the community about this?
No, we didn't. We got some, Paul can speak to this, we got an inquiry, I think from ECA, that didn't sound like they'd fully reviewed the ordinance yet. But, if the council wants us to have this discussion, we can. We were trying to have the tool in place for the team with some of the big projects coming up. So that was a time consideration for us in bringing this. But, we're always here to do the council's direction in terms of legislative considerations.
And the bigger projects, you get bigger than county engineering associations. It's a different player pool. But staff has tremendous latitude in how they write the specifications. So once you have a bad actor, you got a problem. But beating out the bad actor, like we saw the traffic control, most agencies are specifying the traffic control be separated from all other work. So it's a sub. So it's a primary interest of that sub to do that right, and not a secondary task from a plumber. So, staff has many ways of making specifications better and tighter so the problems go away. And that's what kind of accumulated experience gets you, is clauses that you can work with. And so I think that I don't think there's a downside other than making our bidding environment more difficult. But this certainly addresses a real thing in the construction community. There's a lot of horror stories out there.
Yeah, our hope in structuring this way and basing it on the models that we did, and in conjunction with staff and our discussions with them, is those things are so serious that high-quality contractors, which, as you heard from Paul, are the lion's share of who we're working with, thank goodness, they're not going to be concerned about this because they're not those contractors.
Right, but this is for when you have a contractor under. Most of these items are when they're under contract. This is, will you take this, or will it remedy? So again, it's
this would typically, when this would come into play, would be there's a responsive bid from a bidder who we believe is not responsible to do this work because of these kinds of issues, and we would not want to award the project to them, rather than, and we want to award it, but we don't want to award to them, so we don't want to necessarily cancel all the bids.
You would have to
and
have
we'd
this
to find them
information
not
from another
responsible.
agency.
Pardon me?
From another agency or your own past experience.
Correct.
And
Correct.
if you had passed disqualified, they wouldn't be in that pool, so it's only if you can get the information from other agencies.
Or ourselves, yeah.
But if you already had a disqualification, your bid determination's easy. He's disqualified here.
Right. If that was already in place, that would be easier. But I think the most, especially since it's new in Petaluma, I think the most likely scenario would be we have a bid.
We've seen other tools, workers' comp rating levels, D&B financial levels, that can all be put into contracts to
They can. What's different about responsibility criteria is, this is very clear in the case law, and some awarding agencies have messed up with it, is that, and this is how Dylan described it in our charter, in our municipal code, we're obligated to award our contracts that are subject to formal bidding to the lowest responsive bid of a responsible bidder. That's the legal requirement. It's not we get to choose who we think is the most responsible bidder. That's not how it works. Responsible is like a pass-fail. So, that's the consideration for that this is focused on. It's really responsibility.
Councilmember Shribs.
Yeah, good points the mayor is making. However, I can see this to be used more frequently with the smaller, less experienced, new contractors entering in, trying to get into this market, who bite off more than they can chew, end up in trouble, and then try to shortcut things just to get out without getting too much of a loss. So I could see that happening, and this being used in those cases more frequently, especially if we're drawing it not from the big contractors, but if we're just doing those that are cleaning the bathrooms, let's say. The smaller contractors who are just getting in, just starting up, going. So in those cases, so as we go through this process, as the Mayor was mentioning, a shift from staff just working with the contractor, trying to improve the situation, into more of a legal thing. And I think if you go back to the process, that's the formal. I think when you get to the formal stage, that's when we start lawyering up on both sides, maybe. So when that happens, when the lawyers start talking to each other rather than just staff trying to work it out, negotiatings, at that point, then all of a sudden, well, costs now are getting entered in both sides. And then the outcome, a decision is going to get made, and then the final decision might be disqualification for a couple of years. So my question is, what timing, as the process gets into the formal, let's say, when does it trigger lawyerism, lawyers getting involved, and what type of time frame we're talking about? Are we talking about this could happen from start to finish within days, weeks, or months, depending upon what that is? And the second thing, once we get to cost, there's costs involved, because there's costs, we have to get rid of them and get someone new. Huge costs now are implied. So besides just disqualification, can we charge fees, get reimbursed for lawyering up, the reimbursements? Does it go into, will it ever get to a court case type thing at this point, or before, after? So those are the concerns I have, timing and costs, and then doing more than just disqualification in case there's large costs on both sides.
Well, okay, so let's see if I can hit all those in some quick answers for you. Timing-wise, if we're trying to preserve a bid pool, which we would typically be doing, because it's, California public agencies in the Public Contract Code all have the right to reject all bids without any formal process. You don't have to give a reason, so it's a get-out-of-jail-free card. So we can always do that. So if we're doing this, it's because we think it's so risky to award to the contractor that's the responsive low bidder that it's worthwhile to at least start this process. And that means we're trying to preserve a bid pool, and our contract documents give us 90 days to award. So we're talking weeks, not months, to try to do this process. And we could do that because we can get it here. Administrative hearing officer, remember, we have a pool. So if one is not available, another will be in the pool. and the notice is pretty straightforward, and there will have been some work ahead of time and a basis in fact for these concerns that staff have and that they've shared with, the city manager or Paul if she's delegated the authority to him. So weeks, not months. In the law, there's no expectation that that bidders have to be awarded a project such that there's pretty limited ability for them to recover fees or costs in making a proposal. It's kind of on their nickel, and I think the same reasoning would be true of us initiating this process. It would be on our nickel, and it would be on the contractor's nickel, their effort to defend their fitness to do the work, because they would have an interest in doing that, just like we have an interest in making sure we're not awarding public funds to someone who's not going to be able to reliably execute the project based on past experience and other factual information we have. So that's how that would go, and we'd benefit from, from having an in-house legal counsel team to do this.
The odds of this proceeding are very rare. If the contractor's in the green staff there and staff has done review and staff calls them, probably call them in and say, look, I don't think we're going to be able to award to you. I don't think we're going to recommend award. I've already chatted with our attorney. He says I'm right about these reasons. The contractor, before he said, well, I don't want a letter of disqualification on my record. Can you let me out of this? And there are vehicles for achieving that too.
They can seek to withdraw, but that's a pretty tight time frame.
Yeah,
It's
usually a week or so, yeah.
Yeah, like 5 days, I think, business days.
I'm just looking at the consequences once this is triggered. Then what are the consequences for us and then for the contractors, assuming that it's going to be someone who's smaller, getting started, and trying their best but just can't handle it, and then running into trouble, and all of a sudden they're going, okay, so how can I get out of this?
Right. I think it's at the two ends. I mean, we've experienced that one thing you surmised, and that is, a contractor with an A license can do any trade. They can do any specialty license work, anything, except for some super ultra specialized things like hazardous material abatement and stuff. And a smaller, newer firm can get in trouble by trying to maybe stretch beyond what their experience allows them to do, especially doing public agency work, especially more complicated work, because it's more demanding. There's more engineering, complicated equipment, complicated regulatory standards, complicated permitting, complicated work windows if it's in like by the Petaluma River, say. So, but the other end is the one Dylan mentioned of actually very big contractors doing bad stuff on purpose. And that's extremely rare, but it hits the news.
But under Councilmember Shribs' example, we wouldn't disbar somebody who is new and maybe wanted to pull out. Most likely. I mean, that's why we go through the informal process.
Right. So this takes time and resources, and we're in the business of delivering projects, not doing unnecessarily administrative proceedings or harming people's business reputations that don't truly, deserve it based on the facts. So this is a last resort. Okay.
Clear that scenario up just in case where we're going with this.
Yeah. We have a lot of tools, and we're used to deploying them to avoid this kind of thing. But nonetheless, staff have seen the value of having these tools at their disposal, and we've tried to craft them in such a way so that we have good answers for your questions. And if we don't, then we still have work to do. But I think we've anticipated these kind of concerns.
Good. Thank you.
We've done our best.
I think it's just difficult to discuss the worst case scenario and be sure that you actually have the package right when you're trying to get the outlier, not the bulk of work. That's a challenge. And Madam Clerk, I forget. Did we do public comment yet? Okay.
We have not.
So, at this point, we carried the.
We did receive one comment, which is posted online. I have not received any cards, but it looks like I might get one. Awesome. Thank you.
And our first speaker is Nick Harris, to be followed by Chantel Rogers.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. I want to speak to what this ordinance represents. This proposal would shift significant contracting authority historically exercised with transparency and oversight by the City Council into the hands of appointed staff. The city manager and designees would now have unilateral power to disqualify contractors, subcontractors, suppliers, and affiliated entities for up to 5 years. It's an extraordinary expansion of administrative discretion, and it comes with very little explanation of why such a change is needed. I'm going to deviate really from what I had prepared. I think the core of it is that the charter entrusts this disqualification mechanism into the hands of you, an elected body, in a public hearing. Moving that into an administrative theater, which is not public, which kind of surprisingly is going to end up costing the city money to orchestrate these hearings. I do not think that you should be giving up your role as the elected to make this decision. I think that some of these rules, some of the ideas behind this, it's incredibly broad. For one, and I think that there's some unnecessary excitement around just how broad this is and how granular it gets. From the way that I'm understanding, I mean, okay, similar ordinance exists in San Francisco, Oakland, San Jose, San Diego, and Los Angeles. That's kind of a California's greatest hits of public agencies that have significant issues maintaining public trust, fraud, improprieties, things like that. It's not necessarily the best list of cities to be citing, especially when it comes to public works contracts. The way that I was understanding this when I was reading everything was more of a proactive disqualification, and I think the reason I was thinking that is because of the ability to cite another agency's disqualification list to prevent a bidder from bidding on a project. I may be misunderstanding that in that it is to disqualify a bid after it's been received. It's very confusing, and I guess the hat that I'm wearing right now is a resident taxpayer, but also a prime and subcontractor that bids on public works projects. This is really a tool and a mechanism I understand. Maybe the intent is to use it as a scare tactic. You don't need to delegate the power that you have as written in the charter to an administrative process. And really, if you get to the point where we have to disqualify these contractors, they should be paying a fee to actually appeal. It needs work.
Thank you. Chantel Rogers.
Hi. So I'm just a little unclear on the necessity of this change. From what has been clarified, this doesn't have anything to do with any projects in process. This is purely at the bidding level. And so I'm wondering, what does the vetting process look like now? And how does this change? Do we not take a look at these kinds of things when we're determining the eligibility or whether or not a contractor should, we have to be looking at all this criteria. So what's so different between what we do now and what we would do in the future? And how exactly do we have repeat offenders? I'm a little unclear on that one. Somebody blows a project and then comes back and says, now I want this new project. Isn't there an automatic, Yeah, no, dude, I don't think so. Like, you didn't perform the last time. Do we need a whole new criteria for addressing contractors who clearly are not up to the task of the projects that we've given them? And I have an issue also with the idea that one person assigned in an administrative capacity would be the person who would determine whether or not this contractor needs to be disqualified. I don't, if you put in a bid and you don't get chosen, presumably you should be chosen if you're the lowest. And if you're the lowest and you don't get chosen, then you have some other reason why you didn't get chosen. And then, and that's the criteria. I mean, I feel like this is just a whole big hullabaloo, like it's a solution looking for a problem. And I really, it's a municipal code change. That's a really big deal. And it seems like we should have, I'm a little unclear on how we can't address these issues of contractors who are not up to par within our current criteria and vetting process. Thank you.
Thank you. I think I'd like to solicit answers to a couple of questions that have arisen right there, but I think I'd like to paraphrase a little or redirect a little. If the city is going to disqualify a low bidder, would that come before council with the memo saying why that qualified, why the person was disqualified?
So it would depend on the timing. As you know, it's the council who awards those contracts using the
So
council.
all awards of contracts come to council?
Right, because the public works contracts come before the council.
In those, we've seen the disqualification reasoning, usually an attached letter from the attorney, and that's heard by this body.
And you
regarding responsiveness, not responsibleness. Yeah.
Yes, and it's usually not in consent. Usually you do put that on items.
Right,
So
you've seen.
I think that answers maybe the first question was, why are we abrogating on when regarding a contract award? But in regards to disqualification process, that's still on the table. The process does go. My second question is must this process be exhausted prior to the contractor's legal options?
Yes, and and if they chose, they could go to the extent of filing a writ on administrative hearing decision.
So this actually extends the resolution period prior to litigation. This puts more hearing to this.
It's got a few layers. The whole process is one layer. The informal meeting, the notice and informal meeting is the first initial layer. But then there's the administrative hearing, and then there's potential litigation following that. One of the things to bear in mind about public contract litigation, and when we're dealing with attorneys for contractors and our team and project management teams, we sometimes have to remind them that there's no fee shifting in public contract litigation. So all the parties get at the end of the day is what they were supposed to get under the contract, less their legal expenses. So it's not very attractive to pursue, and it's always better to resolve without litigation. It's only when the stakes are very, very high in terms of dollars that it's even worth litigating. And I mean, in the high hundreds of thousands, if not the millions. But this process was purposely designed to be administrative and not with the council sitting as the hearing body, because first of all, you're the awarding body under the city's charter and municipal code. But also, that is a way to potentially, it's the council who are most exposed to pressure from constituents, such that decisions can can potentially be viewed as becoming politicized, and so we purposely did not set up that.
So in our current procedure for award and disqualification, is the council meeting the appeal?
No. So, no, there will be administrative hearing officer and a writ.
In the current practice.
Currently would go straight to city council if we decided to disqualify a low bid for not being responsible.
Is there not a process
no,
currently
that's
that
not
calls
correct.
out the appeal levels?
That's actually, so I want to clarify that. The speaker just spoke about, well, why can't we do this now without this process? And the answer is we can. It would be an ad hoc process, and it would be pretty much like that, because that's what the law pretty much requires. But it would be ad hoc. So this would be the process by which we would, by this kind of legislation, that we could use to provide fairness to a contractor and actually declare a period of disqualification. This would be the process. We could do it without this, and I've been involved in proceedings that are done without this, but it's ad hoc. It takes a lot more time. It's cumbersome. You're not going to preserve a bid pool that way. You're not going to be able to do it in an expeditious way. This does not, the charter makes the council, and also generally, even in general law cities, the contracting power that is wielded by city councils and not staff. This doesn't change that, but the charter does not prescribe a disqualification process. It's the law that defines how responsibility is determined and what can be bases for finding someone not responsible.
Okay, great, thanks. Councilmember Barnacle.
Yeah, I'm supportive of this. Having to always go with the lowest bidder, that's what we're required to do. So the ability to disqualify those contractors now and having a process to do so is why we're doing this, because we have had experiences with that. And if they come back in as the lowest bidder, it's hard for us to disqualify them on the basis of being responsible if we don't have a process for dubbing them that, and that's what this does. So I'm supportive of it. I think probably the more impactful use of it is to our existing contractors to say, if this doesn't get cleaned up, we're going to, we may move down this path and, disqualify you from future bids. Nothing's going to get escalated quicker than that email. And so I think that's the probably the most impactful use for it. My only concern was like the escalation process of how we make the decisions. But I think those questions have been addressed. And this is, basically protecting us from bad actors. It's something we should want. So I'll say that and move the item.
Thank you very much. We have a motion from Barnacle, a second from Cater Thompson, and a comment?
Real fast clarification. This isn't just public works projects. It's all departments projects. Does it also go to bigger contracts like garbage contracts that are many years, or landscapers?
It would not. It goes to procurements, but not our franchises. Our franchises, there's a whole separate body of law and even parts of our charter that deal separately with franchises. That is a kind of a contract, but it's a pretty specialized one. So this goes to our other procurements, that are bid.
And it.
So not professional services. Those are not. Those are not
professional services.
Those are not competitively bid, but public works contracts are, supply contracts are, equipment contracts are.
Landscaping, housekeeping.
That would be services, yeah.
Those
That
that-
it wouldn't apply to. It's just the public works contracts and the goods, service, materials and equipment.
Yeah,
Okay.
the ones that are the ones that our charter and our municipal code requires us to competitively bid.
Okay. Thank you.
For clarification, does that include landscape assessment at district contractors? Or I'm just asking that specifically.
That's a service that we can have the ability to.
So if I don't know, I guess I'm tired and having a brain cramp, but if I remember right, our landscape contracts are service contracts, but they're prevailing wage contracts, right?
Correct, yeah.
So they're not competitively bid.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I did not know that.
Councilmember Shribs?
A question then, and maybe a comment. The question would be, so under contracts, would this also include contracts just for people working? There was a person who would be contracted to do work, just to do work, a consultant, let's say. Would it apply to the people?
Not professional service contract, would not apply to professional service contracts.
Okay, good. Because I can see this as
Those are discretionary awards. They're not subject to competitive bidding. They're really based on the qualifications of the person, things like architect services, engineering services.
It might be easier to explain the contracts that council awards. So when you see in your consent calendar, those are the contracts that this ordinance would apply to, not service contracts.
Okay,
Yeah, like vehicle purchases, for example, this would apply. The ones that you have to approve using your contracting power.
Okay, because it's well known in several industries, folks will get fired, move to a new location, get rehired, and you're not really allowed to investigate to the prior, and people move after getting fired. So that's just one of the.
That's why the reference things can help, because sometimes there's reorganizations of corporations for the same reason. The other thing I should say too is, if you think about it, the staff reports when we're recommending and seeking an action on an award from the council, we talk about the procurement history. Like if we are recommending that you find a bid non-responsive, it's in that. And I can assure you that it would need to be in that if there were some kind of responsibility proceedings. If you adopt this and it takes effect, and if there's a procurement that had some kind of responsibility proceedings under these regulations, it would be addressed when you got your award package. For sure. Otherwise, then that's a failing on staff's part.
Okay. And the second part of that is a couple of the comments about who's in control in the process. And I think there was a valid point that this is all staff all the way to the very end. And the council really doesn't need to know really at the end because it's all under staff control, pretty much start to finish. It looks like. But the request I would have is when it gets to a form, since it's going to be rare, if it gets to a formal hearing part, that we are at least there should be at least a requirement that I would hope, or at least a request, that the council would be informed at that point, not at the tail end. Oh, by the way, this person's disqualified, because there's two parts of this. There's the getting disqualified is one part, but being disqualified and then coming back for another bid is a second step. Again, those are two spots. I think we need to have information at least, if not some help in making decisions on these things. So I think we easily need to be a part of that somewhere along.
Sure. Well, I suspect that you're going to receive input from the contractors pretty early in this process if it commences. The other thing is one of the important transparency features of this Dylan mentioned in his presentation, and that is that the clerk would be maintaining a list of those that are disqualified. And as I was just mentioning, there is no delegation in any of this of the contracts of the council's contract authority. The council retains that. So any award of any project that's been touched by this process is still going to come to the council for council vote and approval. And so you will get the information then. You'll have to. So there's no delegation of the council's contract authority.
Just want to make sure, Clerk, because that was the question that came up.
Yep, no, that's fine. These are all fair questions. Thank you.
Councilmember DeCarli?
I guess I'm still just a little bit unclear on the necessity of it, because we already have a way to handle it. As you said, it's an ad hoc, and that might take more time, but then at the same time, everybody's saying, well, we'll never get to this point of needing this in the code here. So, I mean, it's how much time is actually being lost having to do the current process and an ad hoc and everything, and I don't know, what are we really gaining by doing this if it's never going to get used?
Or if you want to address it, Eric, I can.
Yeah, I mean, I think the best answer for that is that I've been Petaluma City Attorney for almost 20 years, and there's never been a proceeding like that. And I think what that means is that staff have found other ways to deal with that problem, that sometimes there's practical solutions and reaching understandings with the contractors, and sometimes it's continuing to contract with someone, with an entity that they prefer not to. So this provides an alternative to that.
Yeah, and I'll just add that this ordinance came from staff. They said we need greater teeth. I really do think that it will help during those contracts mid-contract. And again, mid-contract, the contractor really, we're at their mercy. It's hard to terminate a contract. We've only done it one time in 5 years. It's not an easy process. If you have an open construction site, if you terminate, we then have to go find a new contractor. It's an open construction site. You're going to get complaints about, hey, why is, the gravel there? This is unsafe. So it's a hard thing to do, and I think we do resolve a lot of this informally, but it would be nice to have this teeth, and that's what staff is looking for.
Yeah, I think staff are, thanks, Dylan. I think, not trying to pass the buck to staff, but they're the ones that have asked for this mechanism, and this is what we've prepared in response, and I think they can best speak to how this can be useful to them. That's from the legal perspective. I wouldn't say we're at any contractor's mercy. That's why we have the contractors, and we're fully capable of ensuring compliance with our contracts and exercising remedies under the contracts. But I can imagine circumstances, and staff, I think it's the same is true for staff, or they wouldn't have requested this mechanism, or this would be an additional helpful tool, and that's all.
Well, it's good to have a tool. Okay,
Mr.
so
Mayor,
is
I'm
that-
going to call the question.
Is that good?
Call the question.
You may, and may we have a vote, roll call vote, please?
Barnacle,
Aye.
Gator Thompson,
Yes.
DeCarly,
Yes.
Now,
Yes.
Quint,
Yes.
Shribs,
Yes.
McDonald.
Yes. Wonderful, thank you. Motion carries. Good. And with that, we are adjourned. That's our last item. We are adjourned for the evening. Thank you all very much. Good night.
Yeah.
You have to use that one more often. Thanks, Dylan.